Okay, so we are live. We are watching right now Bivol fighting, and we will get into the main events hopefully soon. I don't know why Bivol's so low on this card. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but hey, you know. I've heard a few people say it's maybe because of, they wanted to get Russian viewers. I don't know, but me, a big thing is I think, if you hold the belt, you shouldn't be below, Campbell. I get that Campbell's a big draw, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me that Bivol's so low on the card. Right now, he's doing excellent. Although I will say Richards is doing pretty solid. I expected him to get, I didn't expect him to do so well or hang in there so well. So, props to him. He's taking some good shots, especially from Bivol, who is a very heavy-handed light heavyweight. So right now, it's all Bivol for me, although Richards has stole a few rounds. And I think that he's done really solid job just not engaging and playing into Bivol's kind of fight, which is going to be a little bit more at close range. So he's done a good job at that. So let's see how this plays out. I think this might go the distance based on how things are going. I think it's pretty smart of Richards to really take his time, use that jab. If he starts doubling up on it a little bit better, I think he'd have a little bit more success. Bivol, though, his jab is very solid. Very solid. So far, so good. This is a solid fight. Very solid fight. And, I'm glad to see Bivol back in the ring. 18 months out of the ring is a long time. A long time. So I'm glad to see him back. That's for sure. Really glad to see him back. And he looks good. He's 30 years old. He's in the prime of his career right now. Taking that much time out of the ring is not great. So let's see if Bivol can find a way to maybe finish this fight. I mean, they're in round 9 right now. So right now, one thing I'm really liking is it looks like Richards is starting to try to double up that jab a little bit, trying to control that distance a little bit more, which is tough to do against a guy like Bivol because he'll find ways on the inside. But he's utilizing that reach in a nice way. So the big thing I've noticed from both guys, neither one of them are really going to the body, which I'd love to see. Bivol just tried to throw a monster overhand right. Didn't land, but if it did, oh boy. So I think right now what we're seeing is, Bivol's really trying to find his way in, utilizing some good footwork and head movement to get on the inside. He's not overextending, but neither is Richards, which is really a smart move on his part. Because when he did overextend, that's when Bivol was having some of his biggest success. So right now, Richards is one thing I like is that he's staying in the middle of the ring. He's not so much on the back foot. Bivol, though, landing some great jabs right now. He needs to follow him up, though, but he's doing some nice work. Richards is actually scrapping a little bit with Bivol. He's doing very well against a guy that, is so heavy-handed. I think he's probably tasted some of that power from Bivol and isn't, scared to exchange, which is good. Big difference this round compared to some of the early rounds where it looked like Richards was more on his back foot the entire time. Richards just standing a little bit more toe-to-toe. One thing is nice to see with this is that the volume of punching is great in this fight so far. Both guys clearly in great condition. Oh, Bivol with a beautiful jab. Now following it up. So right now, I like the way Bivol's trying to change some angles, but Richards is pretty light on his feet, so that jab's working for him. Good round. Really good round. So I think if Richards can continue you know, can continue, he might be able to steal some more rounds, you know? I think that right now, in my eyes, he's just getting every round right now because he's just doing enough work and looking like he's landing the better shots. But Richards is holding his own. So I think that's a good testament to how, I mean, Richards is certainly better than I expected. So good on him, you know? Right now, going into round 10. Definitely see that Bivol's taking a few shots, that's for sure. Showing a little bit of damage, not too much. What's nice about this is that the ref has not had to intervene at all. It's been a really clean fight. That's always nice to see. Let's see, both guys just trying to feel it out a little bit. Get back into that kind of jabbing fest where Bivol's definitely trying to find his way in. Richards is not making it easy, though. The timing seems to be a little bit more in Bivol's favor, but Richards is certainly, his volume of output is great, and that's one thing that's being able to keep him in these rounds. You know, the way I'm seeing it right now, Bivol's definitely up on the cards, but Richards not making it easy for him. This is not an easy night of work right now for Bivol. It started out pretty easy. He just ate a big right hand from Richards. I mean, Richards doesn't look like he hurt Bivol, but he certainly woke him up a little bit. Bivol, though, coming back with a nice hook, left hook, now throwing some nice combinations. Now they're getting into it. This is turning into a fantastic fight. I like the way Bivol reacts when he gets tagged. He knows it doesn't look good to the judges. He comes back and says, okay, my turn now. Richards going for it a little bit. Bivol just kind of shelling up. Nice hook. Lead left hook from Bivol lands really sharply. This is turning into a great fight. I mean, what I like about Bivol is he's reactive to, if he gets touched, if he gets hit, he's going to come right after you. But Richards did a nice job keeping composure. He's taken some big shots. Nice big straight right hand from Bivol. I like that Richards is really going for it now. He's not shying away from Bivol. He's clearly felt some of that power and isn't scared to engage, which is really important. Especially when you're dealing with a guy that's such a puncher like Bivol. Oh, nice jab. Very sharp jab from Bivol. Josh Taylor or Jose Ramirez? Ooh, that's a fantastic question, Rob. Fantastic question. I think I'm going to lean towards Josh Taylor, to be honest with you. We've seen Jose Ramirez hurt. We saw against, Victor Postal that he had a tough night of work, and I think Josh Taylor, he just has the volume. His volume, I mean, he's such a problem for guys at that weight class. It's the perfect weight class for him, and his volume is excellent, and he just is such a nightmare to deal with. Constantly going to be throwing high volume at you, sharp punches, good power. I like Ramirez a lot, but I have to wonder how he's going to do against Josh Taylor. We saw him get hurt against Maurice Hooker, and Hooker's not the biggest puncher. Granted, he has the reach. He has phenomenal reach, and that's not Josh Taylor, but we know that Josh Taylor's pretty spiteful with his punching. So I could absolutely see Josh Taylor taking that fight. I'm probably going to lean towards Josh Taylor to take that fight. I think the only way Jose Ramirez is going to win that fight is if he stops Josh Taylor, which is a tall order, because Josh is just, he's a mean dude every time he's in the ring. Great question. Good fight. Can't wait for that. We're going to be live streaming that as well during that fight. For sure. Why is everyone ducking David Benavidez? Size. He's such a big guy for the weight class, man. He's big. He's powerful. He's not fun to box. You know, I'd say if you're someone like a Caleb Plant, what do you do against a guy that that has the reach like that? You got to be really slick to get inside on David Benavidez. You know, the big thing with him too, though, is with Benavidez is weight. You know, that's how he lost his WBC belt. Couldn't hit the scale. He's such a big guy for that weight class. And as long as he's living the life, he can be a problem for any fighter at 168. If he's not, and he's having issues, you know what I mean? And he's not living that life, he softens up quite a bit. And that's where we're going to see him. It's really up to him. It's up to him how he wants to pursue his career overall. How serious does he want to take it? He seems like he's taking it a little bit more serious. Obviously, he's had some issues, but that's the big thing. I think Billy Joe Saunders is going to surprise people. I think the big thing with Billy Joe, and I've said this multiple times on other streams, that I think Billy Joe at 160, I preferred him at 160, mostly just because I thought he was a little bit slicker and moved a little bit better at 160. He hasn't really impressed me in his last couple fights, but he looks in phenomenal shape. This might be the best shape we've ever seen Billy Joe, and I'm glad to see that, because I'm seeing people totally disregard Billy Joe Saunders and say, "Oh, I have Canelo in 3." I think that's ridiculous. I think Saunders, the big thing for him is the hardest part for him is he can't keep Canelo off of him. He just doesn't have the punching power to keep Canelo off of him. And Canelo can just eat punches with the best of him. He's one of the best chins for the weight class by far. So Saunders has to just be turned on 100% of the fight. He can't take a moment to be lackadaisical or, you know, admiring his work. Can't do that, because Canelo's just vicious. And if you're, you know, hey man, what's up? Hey Jay, what's going on, brother? Is this Bivol fight on the undercard? Yes, it is. No, this is under the undercard, and they did Bivol pretty dirty. He's below Chris Eubank Jr. and Hatton's son. Hatton's son is fighting higher on this card than Bivol, which is ridiculous. Billy Joe fights for 12 rounds. He's got to be sharp for 12 rounds, which is, like, let's be honest, to be super sharp for 12 rounds it's a tall order. Like, it's really hard. We saw even with Fury against Wilder, their first fight, it just takes a moment to just be, you know, not 100% on point, and something can happen. Now, granted, that's heavyweight, but still, I think Billy Joe will do pretty well. I think I love to see the physical transformation he's done. He looks phenomenal. He looks good. I don't think he's going to win. I'm going to lean towards Canelo, because I think Canelo right now is just at by far his best he's probably ever been in his entire career. But I think Billy Joe's not going to make it an easy night. I mean, you're going to have to really cut off the ring and everything like that. Phil, thank you so much for the follow, brother. So, you said, I think Benavidez will crush Canelo toe-to-toe. That's the fight I want to see. I don't think Canelo wants that, though. I don't think he wants that. I think if I'm Canelo, I'm going to fight Billy Joe Saunders, and my next fight is going to be Caleb Plant, because they're very similar fight style. You know, that slick fight style where they don't have the power to truly hurt you. I think that's a big part for him. You can kind of train with slick fighters, spar with slick fighters, and kind of get... And when you fight Billy Joe Saunders, you're going to get a good sense of how Canelo's going to do against a guy like Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant broke his hand in his last fight, so, you know, he has plenty of time to recover and everything. Fighters are soft today, picking and choosing. Oh, that is a good point, Rob. They are. The cherry picking is a little bit too much for my taste. I don't care for the level of cherry picking we have going on. I think the big thing is, you know, people will say, oh, None of the good fighters fight each other. That's generally true. We're getting it a little bit here and there. A little bit here and there. But not often. Not often enough. That's for sure. Look at the lightweight division. Other than Lopez and Loma, I mean, we haven't seen any of these young guys really fight big names. Although you can say Tank Davis with Leo Santa Cruz. That was a pretty big fight, you know? Slickness is what Canelo has trouble with. He does, Jay. And Benavidez, oh, yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Benavidez is like that. I don't think Canelo wants that fight. I honestly don't. You know, don't get me wrong. I think Canelo is great, but Virgil Ortiz, who can beat him, Boots Ennis. Boots Ennis is the only guy I say right now that can beat Virgil. I think that Crawford, I think would be able to beat Virgil. His defense isn't perfect yet. Spence is a weight bully, and that would be an interesting fight to see. I think Virgil could hang with any of them, though, and I'd give him a puncher's chance. I'd give either one of those guys a puncher's chance, for sure. For sure. So, you know, I think the big thing for Virgil is he needs to keep growing, keep improving. He has plenty of time. Right now, this is an excellent end of this fight. Bivol and Richards are really going at it. I think we're gonna see. Anyway, I can watch the fight somewhere. Yes, if you go to Google and you type in Buff Stream and Google it, you will be able to find a way to watch the fight. Hopefully that helps you out. You know, I think Virgil has a lot of time though on his side, which is a big thing, and that's the thing that Crawford doesn't have. Crawford's like 34 years old, you know? So that's a big thing for him. Can Crawford handle Virgil Ortiz pressure? I think he can right now. And I say that because he does well. I mean, we saw that against, you know, we've seen Crawford handle pressure fighters pretty well, but he does have issues with them. You know? He does have some issues, but the thing is he goes through the gears so quick. He's able to adapt really well. I think the thing with Virgil is we saw especially with the Maurice Hooker fight, he was able to kind of go up levels, but you know. So what's up with the Fury AJ fight? Is it happening? Is it happening anymore? I think yeah. Aram is saying it's dead. Bob's saying it's dead. I don't know why he's saying that. What was that buff stream to? Yeah. So if you type in like buff stream into Google or crack stream, either one of those, you can usually find. Usually, there's a site that pops up that you can find the fights on and everything like that. I think the fight's still happening. According to Eddie Hearns, it's still happening. You know, Eddie they just asked him, "How's it going?" They have a contract right now that they're reviewing. I think it's going to happen. The big thing is, with the AJ Fury fight, is there's so much... No problem, Rob. The big thing is with that fight, you have so much money involved. Like, so much money involved for everybody that it's hard to say it's not going to happen. But at the same time, if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen because it's taking too long, and Fury has been out of the ring for so long. He's been out of the ring for so long. Ooh, they're showing right now Roy Jones Jr. warming up Chris Eubank Jr. This could be where we see Eubank maybe evolve a little bit, you know? And I think that's a good thing for him, that he's got someone in his camp now and in his corner that's not his dad, just hyping him up. He has a legend that he will listen to, because that's Chris's biggest problem, is his ego gets in the way. So I think this is a great opportunity for him to learn from one of the most skillful boxers that there's ever been, if you ask me, which is Roy Jones. So I'm excited to see how Chris Eubank Jr. looks. Okay, we are getting the decision on the Bivol fight. Good fight. Very good fight. So Eubank got, yeah. Yeah, dude, ego will kill you. Okay. 118, 110 for scorecard. 115, 113. 115, 114. Unanimous decision. Bivol, unanimous decision. Good fight. So, yes, this fight, yeah, the fight is in the UK. Yeah, I hear that what you're saying, but there are so many fights that never happen, even though the money was there. That is very, Jay, yeah. I mean, how long did it take Pacquiao and, okay, then, Brandon, try out typing in, usually Stream East. Sometimes will, Crack Stream. Type in any one of those. Usually you can find something. It is on DAZN. So if you want to pay $20 for a month of fights, which isn't a bad deal, you could always do DAZN. You're very right, Jay. I think we saw that with Pacquiao and, Mayweather. It took so long for that fight to happen. Like, ridiculously long. And the money was always there for that fight. I think it's hard for me to say that the AJ Fury fight isn't going to happen, because in my heart of hearts, I think it needs to happen. But to your point, Jay, I think it's really tough to keep Fury out of the ring for this long. I mean, he's itching to get back in the ring. And I think the big thing with that fight is, how long are the backers going to wait? That's basically what happened when you look at what happened with, it was Pacquiao Crawford was supposed to happen in the Middle East, and Pacquiao was looking for 40 million. Crawford probably wanted something big purse as well, extravagant kind of purse, and that didn't happen. So, when am I usually on? So, I am on every Saturday. I usually either do a boxing match or MMA fight. I thought today, actually, we're going to do 2 streams. So I'm doing this CHISORA Parker fight. And tonight we're going to be doing the Andy Ruiz versus Chris Arreola fight. So usually every single Saturday night we do a stream. And I dual stream both on, here, which is Twitch, as well as YouTube. And on top of that, I make, YouTube videos, usually fight predictions and stuff like that. So, let's see. So, yeah. Bivol gets the decision. Not an easy one for him, for sure. Hard fight. Really tough fight. But he does get the win in the end. So, great, Rob. Great to have you, brother. So far, pretty deep. I mean, this card's been okay. Hasn't been the best card. But we'll see how this card heats up a little bit once we start getting into some of the later fights. I'm actually very excited for the Jonas Taylor fight. I really like Katie Taylor a lot. I think this is going to be a good fight for her. She needs to be pushed. I think the Pursoon fights were excellent fights for her. So, Bivol talking about going down in weight. I think Bivol at 168 would be awesome. Have a great Saturday and enjoy esports boxing when it drops. Hell yeah, brother. You too. So, I think the thing with Bivol, if he'd go down to 168, he'd be a monster down there. I think he'd be a monster at 168. That's a great weight class for him. If he could get in that weight class and get down there and not be too weight drained, that would be a I mean, holy cow, would 168 be stacked. It's amazing how stacked 168 is. I haven't seen the odds for the Ruiz Arreola fight, but I would think that if you put any money on Arreola to win and he wins, you'd be a millionaire. Dude, yeah, Jay. That's very true. Arreola is, I have no idea. You know what? I'll look it up for fun because we got a little bit of time in between fights here. I mean, I'm going to say it's going to be like a 15-1 at least. I mean, Ruiz has got to be a heavy, heavy favorite. Let's see what the odds are. They're not telling me right now. Okay, here are the odds. So right now, mind you, this is from Forbes, so I don't, take it for what it's worth. Ruiz is a negative 2,500 favorite. Wow. That means if, like, that's pretty huge. That's a huge, huge betting line. So, wow. I probably would not. Yeah, they're doing Ruiz. Yeah, here's another betting site that has Ruiz as a negative 1,300 right now. One's 2,500, the other one's 1,300. Whew. That's some crazy money. Chris Arreola is plus 1,000. That's a serious odds right there. I really think that this is, I'm so glad to see Andy back. Now, do I think it's going to be a competitive fight? No. Chris Arreola has a really good chin though. He has a really solid chin. We saw that with the Kaunaki fight. So I don't think it's going to be like one and done, like just blast him out of there kind of situation. Because, Arreola can take a punch. He's a big boy. I think we'll see how Andy looks. I know he's lost a ton of weight. Being in the Reynoso camp has been fantastic for him. I think it's a great change for him. Who's fighting? Well, we just had the Bivol-Richards fight. I believe we're going to be getting Chris Eubank Jr. soon. If not, we're going to be getting probably Hatton next. Campbell Hatton is probably going to be next. Let me double check the card real quick for you. So, that was a really solid fight we just had. Let's see how... I can't believe that Bivol is so low on this card. It's kind of ridiculous. The fact that he's below Campbell Hatton is kind of absurd. So, they're talking to Chris Eubank Jr. right now. So I think we're probably... Okay, here we go. So we had Bivol. I think we're going to get Chris Eubank Jr. next, most likely. Which, why Chris Eubank Jr. is fighting higher up on the card than Bivol, I will never understand. I heard one person say because maybe they're trying to get more of a Russian audience in terms of trying to make it so that Russians could buy into the fight, but I don't know how much I believe that. I don't know how much I believe that at all. So, I know Campbell Hatton got added to this card. Been an interesting card, major upset in the very first fight. And then, they had this new young guy. I've never even heard of this other guy that they had named Fisher that was in there. He was interesting, really large heavyweight, 6'5", 250. But boy, oh boy, does he need some polish. He looked very rough. Super rough. Granted, he's 21 years old. So, he has plenty of time to grow and perfect his craft, that's for sure. So, yeah, I'm pretty positive we're getting Chris Eubank Jr. next. I am excited to see him purely just to see what improvements he's made since working with Roy Jones Jr. And are those improvements going to be notable? He keeps calling out Triple G. He wants to fight Triple G. I mean, I definitely think Triple G would win that fight. For sure. But, you know, Triple G, I think, is getting up there in age. So, I'd give Chris a tiny, tiny, minuscule chance. Very small chance, if at all. But if you're gonna beat Triple G, it's gonna have to be because of his age. Father Time is undefeated, as they always say. So, Areola is coming in pretty light. I think he's going to try outboxing Ruiz like AJ did. That's a good take, Jay. I think the big thing for Chris Areola is he's got to do that. You can't let Andy on the inside. Andy's hands are way too fast to allow him to be on the inside. You know? And I think the big thing when you look at Chris Areola, yeah, he's past his prime. Yeah, he's 40 years old. You know? But he's also, you know, he's 6'3". He has a 76-inch reach. So he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's well built compared to Andy. I know they say Andy's 6'1". I don't think Andy's actually 6'1". Andy Ruiz, I think, is actually closer to 6 foot. Maybe in his shoes he's 6'1". Yeah, I mean, he has a couple inches of reach over Andy. Yeah, Wikipedia is saying Andy Ruiz is 6'2". I don't believe that. You got to try to stay on the outside. And if you have to be on the back foot and constantly just using that jab, then that's the only way you're going to beat something like an Andy Ruiz. Because if you get in close enough and Andy starts throwing punches and bunches, you're going to have problems. You're going to have a bunch of problems. He's going to land for sure on you. He's got good power. Not the best power, but he's got good power. And on top of that, his hand speed's just fantastic. I mean, he has great hand speed. Okay, we're getting the Chris Eubank Jr. fight next. Let's see how he looks. God, Chris Eubank Jr. is 31 years old. I didn't even realize that. I thought he was a little bit younger. So, I've never heard of Morrison, who he's fighting. I think this is a pretty easy fight. This should be a pretty easy fight for him. So, this should be an easy fight for him. And I think that we're going to see how much he's improved. The biggest problem with Eubank is that he's so inactive, man. You can't be this inactive. He's always, I mean, it feels like he just doesn't fight enough. Now, granted, last year was tough for a lot of guys, but still. Sweet Eminem. I've never heard that kind of nickname before. That's a pretty unique nickname. That is a very unique nickname. Let's see what kind of challenges he can present to Eubank, if any. Speaking of Triple G, who's he fighting? I haven't heard a peep from him. Same dude. I haven't heard anything from Triple G. I mean, at all. It's like there's like nothing going on with him. And at his age, I know Hearns has talked about, this is an article from April 18th saying that Hearns wants Triple G versus Demetri Andrade in the summer. You know, wouldn't mind that. Um, at one point they were talking about Jaime Munguia, but obviously Munguia's fight got canceled, so that's not happening. I mean, I just haven't seen anything from him. So, yeah, Triple G needs to step on the gas a little bit, man. I mean, he's almost 40 years old. He doesn't have a ton of fights left in him. I don't know if he's keeping himself available because he's eyeing up maybe, you know, I don't know if he's trying to get another third Canelo fight. But he needs to figure something out. I know he's fighting on the DAZN platform. I know he's working with Eddie, so he should be able to make something happen. The Andrade fight would be a good fight for him. I'd love to see him and Andrade fight, especially Triple G at 160 is just vicious. I don't know if he likes making the weight at the age he's at, but, you know. Okay, let's see Chris Eubank Jr. Of course, they got to show his dad. God, his dad was vicious in the ring. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see Chris just because I want to see if he's progressing at all. He fights so infrequently. You know? I think it's important for him to stay more active. At 31 years old, he's got to. He's got to be more active. He's in a really tough weight class though. I mean, there's just monsters in that weight class. So where he goes, I know like I said, he's been calling out Triple G after this fight. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be a fun fight to see. I think Triple G wins. But yeah, I think that'd be interesting to see how Chris would do against a puncher like that to that level. But let's see how he does tonight. Let's see if he looks any better. Let's see if he looks sharp, quick, powerful. So let's see how he does tonight. If Chris could back up his talk, he would be a very interesting fighter. He'd be very interesting as a fighter because he has decent trash talk, and I like the cockiness to a degree because I think you have to be confident in yourself. But he just, like I said, he just doesn't fight enough for my taste. But that fight would be good, easy touch for Triple G. Then he can take on Andrade. Yeah, I think it would be a pretty easy touch for Triple G, even at his advanced age of 39. I think he would certainly beat Chris Eubank Jr., but I think the big thing for Triple G is he only wants to fight if he's going to get paid well. And I don't know how much money Eubank would bring to him. I think it'd be interesting. I mean, I think it'd sell certainly in the UK. Obviously. Okay, so we got Morrison. He's got 3 losses on his record. God. Did I just hear international silver champion? Come on, man. We don't need to hear about the trinkets. All right, Chris. Time to back up all that talk. I love that they're talking about. Yeah, Roy's going to be in his corner, though. Roy Jones, see, that's almost more interesting than anything in this fight. I wonder how they hooked up for him to start training Chris. I don't know the story behind that. I'd be very curious to see how that all came about. So, all right, Chris, let's see what you got. I want to be impressed. I believe this should be a fairly lopsided fight. So I'm not anticipating, too many great rounds. I'm hoping that this is over quick. Mostly because I want to get to the Katie Taylor fight. Yeah. Yeah, Chris Eubank Jr. hasn't fought in 500 days. That's a ton of time to be inactive. I mean, oh, Morrison with a beautiful jab, and Chris just eats it. Morrison, you know what? I would love to see Morrison. I don't know if you guys know this, but Billy Joe Saunders said that if Morrison beats Chris Eubank Jr., he'll give him $10K. After Chris Eubank Jr. said, I think it was like on Twitter, that he's gonna bet $10K on Canelo to beat Billy Joe Saunders. Billy Joe Saunders said, I'll pay Morrison $10K if he beats Eubank Jr. So, I'm the International Silver Super Donut Champion. Who knows? I might even have a belt and I don't even know it. There's so many right now. Chris Eubank Jr. looking a little gun shy right now. He hasn't thrown like any punches yet. Morrison, I mean, I know they're trying to feel each other out a little bit. Marcus Morrison definitely landed a couple solid jabs so far, but Chris just looks a little hesitant. He's probably got a little ring rust. Morrison landing that nice jab. Partially it's because of that lead hand of Chris's is so low. Leaves him a little bit more vulnerable and a little bit more open. I mean, both guys look like they're in great shape, so I think going 10 won't be a problem for either one of them. And that's one thing, Chris Eubank Jr. has always been in good shape. So his conditioning's always solid, at least. So, kind of interesting right now, because as this fight's going on, I'm just not, it's looking like, just looks like Eubank's a little anxious. He's trying to figure everything out a little bit. Definitely feeling things out a little bit. Probably feeling a little bit, I don't want to say uncomfortable, like I said, a little ring rust. Morrison doing some nice work. Okay, so we got Morrison and we got Eubank. So right now, I'm liking the way Morrison's boxing. Chris Eubank Jr. fighting off his back foot a little bit. Yeah, he's getting that jab from Morrison is really solid. Thank you so much for the follow, brother. N7 Gamer 69. Thank you so much for the follow, brother. So yeah, first round, I'm gonna have to give the first round to Morrison. I thought he had just a really solid jab, very like sound fundamentals for that. Chris just looked a little hesitant to engage. Like I said, he's been out of the ring for 500 days, guys. 500 days is a long time to be out of the ring. So, I think right now for Chris, he needs to get a little bit more confident in there and start doing some basics. Go to the body, use his jab, try to get his range down. You know, Roy Jones Jr. right now is helping him out in his corner. So, if I'm Roy, I'm going to keep things simple. Just keep things simple. Don't try to feed them too much to do, because obviously you have plenty of rounds. You have 9 rounds to go. So, you know, I know Chris is a heavy favorite for this fight, but if there was going to be another upset on this card, it could be this fight. you know. So Chris right now trying to go to the body with a nice little jab. Didn't really land anything. Tries to double up the jab. Nothing there. I mean, Chris is just... Morrison's moving very well. Good footwork from Morrison. The way he's coming in and out. Changing some angles. I like his feint. I love the feints that Morrison's throwing. Both foot and hand feints. Which is keeping Eubank a little bit more guessing. So, I did not see the tail of the tape if Morrison has that much more reach, but it just seems like he's able to use his reach just a little bit better than Chris right now. Eubank's throwing a little bit more in this round, which I like to see his hands go a little bit more, which is good. Ooh, tries to land a nice check hook. Doesn't land, but still keeps Morrison in range. So... Right now, Chris Eubank Jr. is solely focusing on the body with just body jabs, which isn't a bad... I think that's good. He's talking a little bit, which I don't like. He's chirping a little bit at Morrison. Morrison is looking all business, and Morrison lands a nice straight right hand. So, there's a little... Maybe a little swelling going on right now on Eubank's left eye. Ooh, Chris Eubank Jr. now great body work. Punches and bunches right now from Chris Eubank Jr. Uh-oh, Morrison might be hurt right now. Chris Eubank Jr. landing some uppercuts. Why did he just let Morrison off the hook? I don't get that. Oh, Morrison now taking some good shots from Eubank. I don't understand why Eubank took his foot off the gas. He had Morrison right in the corner, looking hurt. This is a good round. This is a good round for Chris, though. This is what I was expecting to see a little bit more in the first round. Definitely, I think Morrison might be a little bit dazed because he's just eating punches right now. Zero head movement for Morrison, though. He keeps his head right on the line, so not great. So, round 2, I think that one definitely goes to Chris Eubank Jr. He did a nice job that round. And Chris just tagged him and then poured on the gas a little bit, which was nice. I like that he went to the body when he had him hurt. Take some of that wind out of his sails for sure. So... By the way, guys, we will be live streaming also tonight for the Andy Ruiz versus Chris Arreola fight. So, I will be going live around, well, it'll be 7 o'clock my time, 9 p.m. if you're on the East Coast. So, good round for Chris Eubank Jr. Let's see what Chris does this round. Hopefully, he can maybe get a finish in this fight. That'd be excellent. The big thing I think for Chris is like he's got to keep those hands moving though. Nice body work, gets tied up. Morrison looks like he might be okay right now. A little swelling on his left eye right now, but he looks like he might have come to after taking some big shots from Chris Eubank Jr. that last round. I do like the way, I mean, Chris's head movement has definitely gotten better. Oh, a little rabbit punch in the back of the head from Morrison. Chris Eubank Jr. looking pretty good right now. I don't like the cockiness from Eubank Jr., but I do like the fact that he's clearly looking a little sharper right now, taking control of the fight. So, really solid right now around for Chris Eubank Jr. Morrison looking a little bit more flat-footed this round. He was bouncing around a lot better in the first round. This one, he's not so much. You know, Morrison was doing so well with that jab, and he's not throwing it anymore. He's abandoned that, like, fantastic jab. So, I want to see constant jabs from Morrison, because that were nice stinging jabs, and it made Eubank uncomfortable. And right now, he's not throwing anything. And letting Chris Eubank Jr. kind of pick his spots where he wants to engage. Eubank more on the front foot this round too. Yeah, Morrison's looking either hesitant because he doesn't want to throw. Ooh, he lands right there on Eubank Jr. though. The amount of talking is ridiculous. His cocky, yeah. Yeah, he'll be the new silver champ. Exactly. I mean, Chris Eubank Jr., I get the cockiness, but like you're not Roy Jones Jr. You can tell he's trying to mimic more of a Roy style of fighting. Hands lower, kind of cocky. The way he's leaning down and using just head movement to get out of trouble. You can definitely tell he's trying to mimic more of a Roy Jones Jr. Definitely trying to mimic him a little bit, which makes sense because that's who's in his corner. But let's be honest, Chris is no Roy Jones Jr. He definitely doesn't have the power of Roy. Roy had crazy speed and power. He was like the complete package. So I don't think that's Chris. I like that he's confident. I get that. You have to be confident, but I mean, he had a great second round. Third round wasn't as good. So let's see if he can turn up the heat a little bit, because that's the sign of a good fighter. Can turn up the heat a little bit, go through the gears a little bit. And right now, he's kind of just, he's admiring his work a little bit too much for my liking. Yet again, Morrison looking a little bit more flat-footed right now. So let's see if he can get that jab going from Morrison, because if he doesn't, Eubank is just going to find his way in. Nice little uppercut that he just tried, though, from Morrison. I think right now for Eubank, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing, which is go to the body with the jab, countering, you know, but at the same time, he's just not turning it up enough for my liking. He's applying some pressure, but a little bit too much cautious pressure. And Morrison getting out off the ropes in a nice way. That was a nice move by Morrison. Got off the ropes clean. I think he maybe barely got touched by Eubank. Yet again, Morrison starts throwing that jab now. I like that. That's what he was missing from that last round. Yeah, he just landed a really sharp jab right on Eubank's chin right there. And Eubank is a little bit more hesitant to come in. So Eubank, nice lead left. Let's see what happens. Morrison's up against the ropes. Eubank is just so gun shy, man. That's not what you want to see from him. Right now, I got Morrison probably winning this round. Eubank is just, Eubank is just not doing enough for me this round. I don't understand. I don't know if it's just because that jab's come back from Morrison or he can't find his range right now. Morrison's legs definitely are back underneath him, though. He's moving better this round. He's jabbing well. So good round from Morrison right now. Good, nice, solid straight right to the body. Last 10 seconds, see what happens. Let's see. Morrison knows he's probably going to steal this round right now. Fighting smart, ties him up. Good round. So that round, I would definitely have to give to Morrison. I thought he did the better work, and that jab came back. His movement came back. All around, just a much better round for him. Who do you think has the best chance of beating Canelo? Andrade, Plant, Triple G, or Benavidez? Or does he beat all of them? Good question, Jay. I would say if any of them could beat him, it'd be Benavidez. Just because of the size difference and power. Because the big thing with Canelo is that Andrade doesn't have the slickness or the power to beat Canelo. He's awkward. I mean, Andrade's very awkward, but he gets hit too easy. Plant definitely doesn't have the power to stop Canelo from coming on the inside. And with slick fighters, if you work the body enough, they soften up pretty well. Triple G, I think, is just a little too old. Just a little bit too old. And Benavidez is probably the one guy that I think could have the power to make Canelo respect the distance and not just get on the inside. But I think it'd be a good fight. I'm not saying that Benavidez would beat Canelo. I'd say he has the best chance. And if Canelo, ooh, now some nice exchanges this round. You could tell Chris is definitely a little bit more active this round. Nice hand speed from Chris. Chris Eubank Jr. throwing some nice uppercuts. Big flurry. Oh, but Chris is eating some shots too. Now this is a great round so far. Both guys are coming out swinging. Chris Eubank Jr. coming out fiery this round. Punches and bunches. And Chris is eating a few shots here and there too in this round. But Morrison definitely getting the worst of it. Nice 1-2 from Chris. Now let's see what happens. Is he going to slow down? That's the problem with Chris. He needs to keep his foot on the pedal, man. So yeah, the biggest problem I would say for Canelo is if you try to go to light heavyweight and fight Beterbiev. That'd be a guy that I think would be a real issue for Canelo. Bivol could even be a little bit of an issue for him. But Bivol didn't impress me today. He had moments where he was really impressive. But I haven't seen, I mean, Bivol hasn't fought at 168, so maybe he's a little bit even sharper, a little bit, you know, I don't know if he has to fight at 175. He definitely could fit. I think he could definitely get down to 168 for sure. So this is the problem right now. Chris Eubank Jr. came out really fast, had some great moments, and now he's just totally taken his foot off the gas. Good. He is using the jab decent this round, though, Eubank. So Morrison, though, still in this fight. I mean, if you look at my scorecards right now, I'm definitely going to give this round to Chris Eubank Jr., but Morrison is able to land on Chris, so. I mean, this is now the second time that Chris Eubank Jr. looked like he maybe hurt Morrison and then just completely took his foot off the gas. I mean, if this was against top-level guys, you can't do that. You can't take off half the round and just admire your work. And actually, they're talking about that right now. Tony Bellew just mentioned that. So that round definitely went to Chris Eubank Jr. But yeah, A guy like Triple G, if you take your foot off the gas, man, he's going to just hunt you down. I'll tell you what, Morrison is a tough cookie, man. He took some huge shots that round. So let's see how Chris progresses this second half of this fight, really. I mean, it's really going to be telling to see if he continues to just have rounds where he coasts, or if he's going to try to get on the front foot a little bit more. So round 6 here. Benavidez would definitely be the most entertaining, but I think Plant has the best chance. Interesting take, but I could be wrong. It could end up, yeah, that's a good point. Could look like Lara running versus Canelo. I mean, the big thing with Caleb Plant is that he is super slick. He is a slick guy. He doesn't have the power to really stop Canelo, so he's going to have to truly outbox Canelo, which is a tall order. I think it'd be. I'm expecting that fight this summer. That's a really fun. That's a good fight. Like, Caleb Plant is not easy to pin down in the ring. The dude moves exceptionally well. Hopefully he doesn't have hand issues like Floyd did, because he did break his hand in the last fight. So I'm hoping that's not the case for him, where he has brittle hands. Because I really like Caleb Plant. I really like Caleb Plant. He's a fun guy to watch. Very, very flashy footwork. Ooh, Chris Eubank Jr. landing a nice overhand right. Let's see. And looks like Eubank's a little bit more on the front foot right now. Oh, nice uppercut. Got Morrison up against the ropes. Morrison tried to fight off the ropes. Let's see if Eubank will try to stop him here, maybe. Nice uppercut right there. Chris Eubank Jr. doing some nice work to the body and avoiding getting hit. Great work from Chris Eubank Jr. Doing some great work. Let's see if he can stop him. Oh, Morrison, I think's hurt. Morrison is taking a pounding right now against the ropes. The ref's looking very hard at this. Morrison right now might be a little bit dazed. He just took some big shots from Chris Eubank Jr. I think if Chris can finish him, that'd be great right here in the 6th round. He's stop playing with your food. I like the body work from Chris Eubank Jr. But, I mean, we've got 30 seconds left. Let's see what he can do. Come on. I like that he put his foot on the gas a little bit in this round, but now he's just going to take the rest of the round off, it looks like, which I don't love. He knows he easily won the round. So, okay. That round definitely went to Eubank. He definitely won that round, for sure. I think he could have gotten Morrison out of there. I think he could have finished Morrison in that round if he continued to put pressure on him and keep him up against the ropes. But, you know, it is a 10 round fight, so. So, good round for Chris. I want to see more of that for sure. These bursts he's having look great. But I'm not seeing him actually going there to finish, so I'm curious if he's able to finish Morrison. He should. If this goes the distance, shame on Chris. He's definitely in control of this fight. I mean, Leolad, thank you so much, brother, for the follow. Welcome to the channel. So let's see if Chris can kind of do the same thing he did last round, have some big moments, and get Morrison up against the ropes to see if he can finish him. So, oh, thanks for being here, brother. We will be streaming, by the way, tonight as well for the Chris Arreola and Andy Ruiz fight. This is a pretty good card so far. This is a pretty good fight. I think Chris Eubank Jr. is looking good. I think you can definitely see that he's mimicking a lot of that Roy Jones Jr. style, especially his defense. But I want to see a little bit more offense from him. I don't like how much he takes off and just looks at his work. What time is that UK time? Let's see. It's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be pretty late for you guys in the UK, that's for sure. So if it's 9 p.m., I mean, I think the main events would probably be like 4 o'clock in the morning for you guys. That's the one thing I hate about PBC cards. They always have like the main event at like midnight East Coast time. So cheers to you, man. Hopefully you're enjoying the fights. I'm really excited for the Katie Taylor fight next. That's the fight I'm most looking forward to, besides obviously Parker Chisora. So, and so yeah, this is a decent fight right now, but I think Chris Eubank Jr. could. I mean, I want to see him finish it. I want to see him actually finish this fight right now, because this round he's kind of taking off. Ooh, nice counter from Chris Eubank Jr. Now I think Morrison's hurt. Chris Eubank Jr. is all over him. This is it right here. Could stop him. Great counter shot from Chris Eubank Jr. Man, Morrison is a tough dude, man. You got Parker or Chisora. So I on my YouTube channel, I do sometimes fight predictions in 30 seconds, and for that fight in particular, I said Chisora's best chances in the first 4 rounds. He gasses pretty hard usually, and he can make your life very uncomfortable though when he's aggressive. And the first 4 rounds are going to be key for him. Parker can get hurt. We've seen Parker get hurt before, and I don't doubt that Chisora can hurt Parker. If it goes past 4 rounds and Parker can weather that storm, I'm predicting Parker to win by decision. The big thing with Parker is I love Parker. I'm a big Parker fan. I just am not impressed with him lately. The Junior Fa fight, he looked terrible. And granted, I know he changed trainers and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean anything to me at this point in his career. He needs to really keep active, and he needs to stop the partying, as well as take his career serious if he wants to continue to grow and possibly, compete for a belt again. So I'm going to pick Parker by decision against Chisora, but he's got to be careful because Derek is dangerous. The big thing with Chisora, he has 10 losses on his record. He has nothing to lose. If he loses to Parker, who cares to him, right? Like there's no reason he should care about that. Former world champion, that no big deal for him. So why not go balls to the wall if you're Chisora, which is what he did against Usyk. And look how much trouble he gave Usyk. He made Usyk definitely uncomfortable. And I think he might do the same thing to Parker. And if Parker's not careful, he could possibly get knocked out in this fight. I know that, Morrison lands a nice shot on Chris Eubank Jr. I don't know if Chris is hurt, but he's certainly not looking comfortable right now. Morrison having a little success this round. Definitely feeling a little bit more of that pressure. Definitely a little bit more, little bit more pressure now that you're getting into these later rounds. Definitely needs to start trying to engage a little bit more and trying to win some of these back and forth scraps. But yeah, I mean, I like Chisora as a fighter. I think he's really fun. But the big thing is he's a brawler. That's his style. He's a brawler. It's a super fan, it's a fan favorite type of style. Same thing with Dillian White. They go in there and they go in there to smash you. They don't go in there to outbox you. They go in there to smash you. And it's very pleasing for a crowd for sure, because you get a lot of action out of it. So I'm expecting to see that kind of come forward, hyper aggressive style, you know? Always that one punch chance with heavyweights. Absolutely, man. I'll be with you tonight, bud. For the Ruiz fight, are you streaming Taylor? Yes, I will. Yep, I'm streaming the whole card right now. That Taylor fight, Taylor Jonas, that's going to be a good fight. That might steal the show, man. That might steal the show. Katie Taylor is so fun to watch. She's my #1 female boxer, in my opinion. Excellent fundamentals. Great hand speed. Her footwork is what makes her special, in my opinion. I think that's something that, you know, sets her apart from a lot of female boxers. The way she bounces and gets in and out of range is excellent. Chris Eubank Jr. trying to turn it up right here at the end of the round. So, what's going on, man? Gorilla Mood, what's going on, brother? Glad to see you back. Just enjoying Chris Eubank Jr. kind of dusting up this Morrison guy. I mean, I'm a little disappointed right now if Chris doesn't get him out of here. He's had him hurt so many times in this fight. He should absolutely be able to finish this. But I don't know. I think he's just going to go to a decision, to be honest with you. We don't have long left in this right now. It's very interesting. It's just a very, I don't want to say bizarre, but it's very different to see Roy Jones Jr. in the corner with Chris Eubank. Really just a very different experience. You don't normally see that, so it's just a kind of almost a little bit bizarre to see. You know? Okay. Round 9. Parker seems to be a break from the top guy, yeah. But he beat Ruiz, so if he's on his A game, he should outbox Chisora. I agree, man. He needs to be impressive, though. The big thing is with Parker is it seems like he was really on top of his game, and then he's kind of just taken a little bit of a break. You know? He's just kind of seemed like he's slowed down a little bit, which I don't love. Oh, big Morrison landing some big shots right now. Chris Eubank Jr. in the corner. Can't see an upset through the Jonas is a force. Absolutely. Absolutely. She's a solid boxer as well. That's actually the closest odds on the entire fight card. That's the closest odds in the entire fight card. By far. And there's a reason behind that, because both girls are going to be out there throwing huge punches, trying to knock each other out. I think it's going to go to this decision, but I think it's going to be a very good fight. I mean, it's not like Katie Taylor's the heaviest handed fighter. Neither is Jonas, but both of them can, I mean, you get hit. They're both very accurate. And if you land right on the button. So right now, Chris Eubank Jr. kind of getting back into control. Nice jab from Chris right now. I think Eubank right now needs to do something in this last minute to seal up this round. Because Morrison had a nice flurry at the beginning of it. So right now, Chris is using his jab, but Morrison actually using his too, landing some nice shots. Chris landing a nice lead left. So let's see if Morris can maybe steal this round. Eubank, I think, is going to lose this round right now, but he's so far ahead on the card. I don't know if it matters. Morrison is tough. I've said it numerous times. Tough guy, man. He's taken some huge shots. So I would probably give that round to Morrison, but I mean, it's because he landed that big lead left. And Chris, I don't think got too rocked, but certainly didn't look like he was happy about getting hit with that. That was a good round. That was a good round. That was a pretty interesting round. I think one thing about Morrison is you can tell he's putting on the gas these last couple rounds. He's certainly going for the home run because he knows he's not going to win otherwise. Both guys are in amazing shape. Great physical shape from both guys. So let's see this last round if Chris can lay it on him or is he can just go for the easy win. You know? Yeah. I'm a little disappointed that this is probably going to go the distance. I thought Eubank could have got him out of here. This was Chris was pretty heavily favored in this fight. I mean, very heavily favored. I think that oh, nice. Was that quadruple jab from Eubank? That was nice. I like that. Oh, Morrison might be hurt. Oh, both guys trading right now. Morrison landed a big shot on Chris Eubank Jr. Now he landed another one. Chris is coming back, though, trying to tie up. I think Chris might be a little bit dazed. Come on, Morrison. Go for it, brother. I love how much this Morrison guy is he's just going for it. But Chris is just a little too slick for him. But that certainly woke up Chris big time. Marcus Morrison, man, tough cookie. Good fight from him. I mean, he's taken quite a few shots from Chris. When Chris gets on the inside, I like that he's throwing these punches and bunches, working the body, and then trying to throw that uppercut. Really nice combinations from him. Biggest problem is I don't see him put enough pressure afterwards. Kind of fades a little bit for my liking. Morrison tripling up that jab, trying to get on the inside. Chris up against the ropes. Then works his way off of it. I don't know what Morrison was doing there. He looks like he's loading up on that right hand quite a bit, and I think Eubank knows he is. Eubank's doing some nice boxing right now. Wow, he just threw, what was that, triple left hook? Oh, Morrison tried to work the body a little bit, but Eubank is just boxing his ears off right now. So, yeah, come on. I mean, you gotta respect the guy, man. Morrison is definitely a game fighter. Chris is just a little too slick for him. And just a better boxer overall. But, I mean, the guy's got heart. And I think we all know that we wouldn't mind seeing Chris Eubank Jr. get knocked down a peg. I think Chris Eubank Jr. definitely won that round. So, this is my little scorecard for everything. I gave 3 rounds to Morrison. I think he had the very first couple rounds where his first one was his best round probably, where he was stinging Eubank Jr. with that jab. Fourth round he had a really good round. Ninth round I think he snuck away from Eubank in that, but I think Eubank overall just did better. And if you, I mean, look at Chris Eubank Jr.'s face. I mean, he took some shots, but he didn't nearly take the kind of beating that Morrison did. You know, I think the big thing for Chris Eubank Jr. is where does he go from here? I know he wants a Triple G fight. You know? I think it'd be interesting to see Chris Eubank Jr. and Demetrius Andrade. You know? I think Chris Eubank Jr. has I like the combinations he throws. He's pretty creative with some of his punches. Not every day you see a like 6 jab succession or a quadruple left hook. So I think he's kind of creative, which is interesting. But same thing with Andrade. Andrade throws that lead hook. I mean that lead uppercut from like his knee, which makes it kind of interesting. I think that'd be kind of a fun fight. So let's see what the scorecards are going to look like. Hopefully they don't do them too dirty. So, let's see. I think that Chris being with Roy is a good combination. I mean, if you're gonna learn from anybody, Roy Jones Jr., man. So, if Eubank Jr. thinks he can KO Golovkin, yeah, I agree with that, man. That's a good point, Josh. Yeah, I think we all know that that granite chin of Triple G is legendary. I mean, Canelo, who's certainly much more heavy-handed, couldn't put down Golovkin. Okay, let's see how these scorecards go. I think they're gonna. Yeah, you like. Yeah, yeah. I gave one more round to Morrison than the judges did. But the big thing for me for Eubank, you can talk all you want about who you want to fight and yada yada yada. But when's he gonna fight again? Is he gonna end up? Is he gonna be one of those guys that fights like? Is he gonna end up being like a Gary Russell Jr. who fights like once a year? You know, when he's 40. Yeah, I mean, it's just how do you take 500 days off? That's the problem with me. I can't take you serious if you take that much time off. Golovkin isn't human. 350 odd fights. Yeah, including amateurs. Not once, but put on the canvas is right, man. That's a great point, Josh. I mean, Golovkin is legendary with his chin. Josh, thank you so much for the follow, brother. By the way, we will be live streaming the Andy Ruiz and Chris Arreola card as well tonight, so I will definitely be coming back on and talking more fight talk. So, I think the big thing for Chris is he can be delusional at all he wants. He can think what he wants, but if he doesn't actually stay active, then I don't really care what he has to say. I mean, this should have been a easy win for him. So, I'm not that impressed by this. I believe Eubank was like a negative like 750 or 800 for this. So, I'm not that impressed by it. He's past it. I mean, I want to see what he can do. don't mean to be mean, but Andy Ruiz looks like a hungry hippo. He looks better now. I mean, Josh, yeah, he looked terrible for the AJ rematch. He looked terrible for that. He looks pretty decent now that he's with Eddie Reynoso and in the Canelo camp. I believe let me double check. I believe he weighed in at like 240 something at the weigh-in. Triple G won't even feel those shots. I don't think he would either. I mean, Triple G is just a different level. He got lucky against AJ. Well, I think AJ screwed up, and he knows he screwed up by getting inside. Like, that was the worst thing he could have done, is get in the inside with a guy that clearly, you know, has fast hands, and that's where he wants to be. Like, that's exactly where he wants to be. So that was his own fault on that. You know, you're dealing with heavyweight fighters. And he wanted, and to, you know, Ruiz's credit, he landed a perfect shot right on the temple, which really hurt. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. If you get hit right there and your equilibrium goes off, you know, credit to AJ for trying to fight back, but there's not much you can do when your legs go like that, you know? He looked nervous. Well, I mean, I agree. He did look nervous. I know it was a big fight. It was the first time he fought in the U.S. Look, I'm not the biggest AJ fan in the world, but I'm also not the biggest AJ hater. You got to admit the guy is a specimen when it comes to fighting. I mean, he looks unbelievable. And I think he overlooked Andy to a degree, which happens. Like, that happens. You know, there's very few fighters that don't lose at least once. Fury's going to win by decision or early KO, as I didn't think AJ could handle, the magnitude of this fight. I think the big thing is, the big thing with Tyson Fury is inactivity right now. Tyson ain't got the KO power. I don't think he looked really solid. So Andy Ruiz on Friday weighed in. I was wrong. He didn't weigh in at 240. He weighed in at 256, which is over 30 pounds lighter than when he fought AJ in the rematch. And lighter than when he initially fought AJ. So that's pretty solid for Ruiz. He looks pretty good right now. I know he's sucking it in right now, but still. I think the thing with Wilder, that Wilder fight with Tyson Fury, Tyson Fury was just all over him. I think that was smart that they threw in the towel for that, honestly. I think that Wilder was just getting crushed in that fight. So the big thing that has got me really interested in the AJ Fury fight is how inactive Fury's been. He's been out of the ring for 2 years. No, not 2 years. But probably close to 2 years at this point. You know, his last fight was the rematch with Wilder. So it's been a while. And you'd hope that he'd be a little bit more active. But he hasn't been, so. Any boxer can chin Wilder. Isn't hard. Wilder, yeah. Wilder's footwork is terrible. We all know that. He's not the best. He's not the best boxer. That's for damn sure. Ruiz is fat, but he isn't a beauty contest. Yeah, that's true. I'd take him over a lot of the top guys. I think the thing with Andy is a really sound boxer, and he has great hand speed. He's a little small. He's a little small for the weight class, which makes it tough for him. Getting on the inside of a guy that has unbelievable reach like AJ is always going to be tough for him. And he does pretty decent, you know, to do that, but Wilder has that right hand. Just to be honest with you, Wilder is a one-trick pony, for sure. But his one trick is a fucking really good one trick. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to have one trick, at least make it good. And he has a really good single trick. I'd love to see Usyk versus Ruiz. I would like to see that as well. That'd be a fun fight. The reason I'd like to see that especially is because Usyk doesn't have the power, but is an excellent boxer. And, you know, I would love to see how he and Ruiz go at it. I'd love to see also Ruiz versus Wilder. What do you guys think about Ricky Hatton's kid who's coming up next, Campbell Hatton? The fact that Campbell Hatton is so high on this scorecard. I mean, this overall card, and Bivol was lower on the card than Chris Eubank Jr. and Hatton, this is his second fight. How is that possible? I don't understand this card at all. Usyk was lucky against CHISORA. The big thing with CHISORA knew that he had nothing to lose. You just got to go out there and do what he does, you know? And you think that Campbell is a future prospect to look out for? I think the big thing with Campbell is he's got a lot to live up to, and I think people were really, really, really harsh on him for his first fight. He's rough around the edges, but he's young, and he's got enough people around him to make him better. And so I don't discount him at all. So that's my big thing. I mean, you don't KO AJ without being really good. I mean, getting on the inside and being able to land some big punches is a big deal. I thought CHISORA won it for me. I had Usyk winning, but I had Usyk not winning in a definitive manner. I think he should have done better. Should have done way better. Hatton getting pushed for that $1. Hearn is not. I mean, Hatton's name alone is just dollar signs. You're printing money, and anytime you put that kid on a card. So was Conor Benn. Yeah, I mean, I think that the big thing is if you have enough good trainers around you and you're young and you're hungry, that's the big thing that can help out. You know, there's not a lot of great sons of famous boxers out there that you can say, oh, well, that's a perfect example of someone that's an amazing fighter. And their dad was amazing. There's not a ton of that, but that doesn't mean I'm going to discount Hatton at all. You know, a lot of these guys are going to be rushed a little bit because of their name, and they know they can bring in crowds for it. So Usyk hasn't got the heavyweight power. That's for damn sure. I mean, Josh, Usyk doesn't even have really like crazy power, and he never will, but his movement is excellent. His boxing skills are excellent. His IQ is excellent. The big thing for Usyk is what happens when the size difference becomes so great. Like when you start going up against a guy like AJ, you know, where a guy's 6'6" now, and he has crazy reach on you, and he's got unbelievable power. One of the heaviest handed guys in the division. What are you going to do? What happens when Usyk goes against a guy like Tyson Fury? You know, he's scared of taking punches like Parker. Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little bit nervous, especially with guys like that. You know, with the heavy-handedness of the heavyweight division, it's really, really, you got to be careful about what shots you want to take. But the big thing is, it's what are you going to do if you're Usyk? I mean, he's trying to do amazing things, and I'll applaud Usyk for trying to, you know, push himself. Tyson looks like, Gru from Despicable Me. Yeah, he does kind of get that look a little bit, doesn't he? I didn't see it, but I heard Hatton looked really raw in his last fight. He did, Jay. He did, and I think there was. I mean, you can't. It's so tough for a kid like this, right? Number one, he gets put on a card, and he has all these eyes on him, and you're a Muay Thai fighter yourself. That's really cool. Muay Thai is incredible. Like, that's one of the most badass combat sports there is. Campbell looked really raw. He did. I think the big thing for a kid like this is that the name is really tough. The attention's really tough. How he's going to deal with pressure. I mean, you could tell he was definitely nervous for the fight because there's just so many eyes on him. And look, this is what someone on Twitter had a great take about this. If Hatton should be on more cards, I like that he's fighting again already. I think that's excellent. He needs to keep doing that, but he might need to be just not on main event cards like this as much. Smaller cards, I think, would be a good idea for him. It's just a lot. It's just a lot of pressure to put on a kid so young and expect him to kind of learn on the job like that. 26-0 and 25 wins by KO. Damn, boy. You know, it's a lot of pressure to put on a kid this young, and his name alone's always going to put a lot of pressure on him, and people are always going to be critical of him. So I think it's tough for him. He's got, I mean, he's got an advantage because of the amount of people around him that want to lead him to greatness, but he's got to want it, and he's got to be humble, and he's got to make sure that he gets to the gym early and leaves late. If he does that, he could evolve. Who knows? Who knows what he could be? If he gets full of himself and thinks he's, you know, a gift to boxing, he's going to get knocked out. We've seen it time and time again. He will get knocked out by someone because he'll get too cocky about it. He'll be way too confident, and someone will land something huge on him. Or, you know, okay, so right now he's going against a guy named Levi Dunn. They're about the same size, same reach. Almost, I mean, 23. I mean, Campbell's 20 years old. Campbell has a 68-inch reach, though. That's pretty good reach for that height. Let's see if he uses that kind of 26-1. Sorry, got DQ'd from one fight because the ref didn't tell me. I hear you. He deserved it, the KO and the hospital trip. But oh man, yeah, that talking about other people's wives usually, you know, get him a little heated. That's for sure. Don't make it too that's one thing I actually don't like in combat sports is when people start going after other people's significant others. Like, look, you're going to fight the other guy, so you're going to have to deal with him, so say whatever you want to them. But, like, leave spouses and, like, family members out of it. I'm just not a big fan of that. You know, like, Conor McGregor talking about Khabib's wife and stuff like that. Like, didn't care for that. You know? Trash talk the other guy all you want because they're actually going to be punching you in the face. So, you know, he had a broken nose and jaw. Damn, son. So let's see. They didn't even show Dunn's ring walk. So I don't know anything about Levi Dunn at all. I'm sure most people don't know anything about him. Let's see how. I mean, Campbell Hatton's 20 years old. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he looks a little bit better. I'm not expecting giant improvements from the last fight, you know. It hasn't been that long, but I like the fact he's getting back out there. So that's what he needs. He needs as much experience as possible. The big thing is when guys are this young, they're this raw. What happens when the other guy is actually someone that can create a little bit of resistance? You know? As long as he doesn't turn into the next, oh my God, Chavez Jr., it's okay. I don't know if there's many fighters that ever turned into Chavez Jr. Oh my God. The Danny Jacobs Chavez Jr., man, that fight when he quit and people started throwing like crap at him in the ring and everything. Like, I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen a crowd turn so quickly on a fighter. That was wild when that happened. So yeah, that's for sure. That's like exactly, if he keeps his head down and he starts, you know, takes it serious, he seems like a smart kid, you know. So let's see. Okay, so Levi Dunn only has 4 fights, you know. So this will be a little bit more even overall, you know. I think we'll see how Hatton kind of deals with it. So I'm excited to see if we get a little bit more dimensionality out of Hatton this time. You know, maybe he is a little bit calmer. You could tell he was nervous his first fight, obviously. His debut fight was very nerve-wracking for him. Hopefully he feels a little bit more calm. Hopefully he goes in there a little bit more able to just focus on getting the job done. He did have good punch selection, though, last time. I noticed he went to the body pretty well, which was good. You know, young fighters like to headhunt a little bit too much. So I think he did a decent job for his first fight. I think a lot of people hated on him a lot. Tyson Fury has a death wish if he fights Francis Ngannou. Dude, Francis Ngannou spars with Joe Joyce, and Joe Joyce has talked pretty highly about Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou's no joke, man. He's a scary dude. I think Fury could outbox him, but I think if Francis Ngannou lands something clean, I mean, it could be night-night for sure. Okay, so right now, these guys are going right at it. Right now, you can see Campbell trying to apply a lot of pressure. Good jab so far. Dunn looking very wild with his punches. Campbell doing a nice job, looking a little tighter this time around. Good jab. Francis puts him to sleep. I mean, Francis is a bad man. A bad man. I mean, Francis is just one of the scariest fighters on the planet by far. I would not want to be in the ring or octagon with Francis. Dunn is looking pretty square right now. He stands very square. Joe Joyce is awful in my opinion. The thing with Joe Joyce is I am not a fan of Joe Joyce. He's slow as molasses. He might be the slowest boxer I've ever seen, but he's fundamentally pretty sound. And as much as I don't like him, I mean, he's done pretty well. The triple, like when he fought, Triple D, which I think is a terrible name for Dubois. I had Dubois winning that because I thought Dubois would be able to take advantage of how slow Joe Joyce is, but Dubois couldn't even move his head out of a way to get, not get jabbed in the face. So as much as I don't like Joe Joyce, man, he keeps winning. He keeps winning. So Francis is the scariest. Yeah, scariest nice guy. Exactly. I think Joe Rogan's talked about that. Like these guys that are really scary, like killers in the ring, are just like sometimes the nicest guys outside of the octagon. So I think that's pretty funny. And I think that sums up Francis too. He seems like he has a good humor. He's a really funny guy. I like him quite a bit. And I'm really happy for him too, because I think, he's such a great face for the sport, man. So Dunn is looking like a club fighter, to be honest with you. So I'm not that surprised, but he looks pretty wild in there right now. And Dunn is certainly getting beat right now by Campbell definitely looks better. Good high guard, nice jab. Dunn looks like a club fighter. He doesn't look like a pro fighter at all. So I think it's pretty obvious that who gets that first round. Campbell definitely he's looking a little more relaxed, which I like, In a boxing match, no UFC guy is beating Fury in a boxing ring. I think Fury can outbox anybody. Francis Ngannou would be the scariest, has one of the scariest punches in the world. So I think, I think Francis would have a really tough time dealing with Fury. Plus just the size. I mean, Fury's really good at neutralizing, making guys that are heavy-handed and big get frustrated, for sure. John Jones should go back to light heavyweight. Yeah, I agree with that. Man, Jones is like, I don't know what to think of him right now. I see all these videos of him training and stuff like that. I just want to see him fight. He's been talking crap to Francis Ngannou, and Francis Ngannou is going to break that dude's face. I don't think John Jones can handle Francis Ngannou. I don't know why he keeps talking crap to him either. He's a drug cheat. Yeah. I mean, he is. He is. I wonder how, who I'd actually like to see Jones fight? I'd love to see him fight Adesanya. I was disappointed Adesanya lost, but man, I think he's he's still an incredible fighter. This round's getting a little bit more testy. Looks like Campbell ate a big left hand, but Dunn is just like, I don't understand this guy. I don't understand this guy at all. Campbell doing some decent work. Dude, yeah, he is skinny for light heavy. That's why when he weighed in, I was shocked he even was close to like a little bit more normal light heavyweight. But I love Adesanya. I love his skills. He just didn't impress me in that fight. I live streamed that fight and I was quite disappointed that he lost, but what can you do? Very few guys have perfect records in any combat sport, so. Hatton looking definitely like the more polished boxer, better fighter right now in round 2. This is only a 4-rounder, so I want to see these guys keep up this pace, that's for sure. There's no reason to slow down at all. Hatton looking a little still raw around the edges, but definitely looking better than Dunn. Dunn is looking very rough. I mean, they clearly picked the right kind of guy for Campbell. Although I will say, I like that Dunn's gonna be showing Campbell a little bit more rough and tumble kind of style, which is good. It's good for young guys to kind of get involved and kind of understand that some guys that are gonna be rough in there like this. Dunn is gonna tie him up and then kind of do a little dirty boxing on the inside. I mean, Dunn will land a good shot, and then Campbell lands a really good shot. There isn't anyone that would beat Khabib. Oh, GSP would have been dominated. He's now, yeah. Yeah, GSP is, I love GSP. GSP was just, I think GSP was great, especially for the time he was fighting. He got a lot of fans in there. Khabib's just a monster. I don't know too many guys that would even have a chance against Khabib. He's just another level. So that round, I think, is another good round for Campbell. Dunn landed a few more shots that round, which was good. I'm glad to see, like, you know, Campbell take a shot or two. A little bit more dirty boxing from Dunn. But overall, I thought Campbell won that round. He's definitely doing the better fight. Live stream, Marv, thoughts on the Taylor Jonas fight next, guys. Prediction: I'm gonna take Taylor by decision. It's a really good fight. Like I said earlier in the stream, it's the closest in terms of fight predictions, in terms of like actual odds on this entire card. It's definitely going to be probably the closest fight on this entire card. It's a great fight, though. I love watching Katie Taylor fight. I'm a big fan of Katie Taylor. And the only person that can beat Khabib is a clone of Khabib. Yeah, that's true. I don't understand this Dunn dude, man. I mean, this Levi Dunn guy is a... Oh, that was... Yeah, you pushed him down on that. Dunn is complaining a little bit about that, which he should, because he was down and Campbell hit him in the ribs. So, I mean, this is kind of a sloppy fight. You can tell that that right now Hatton's getting a little frustrated with this guy, though, because he's kind of doing little one shots, then grabbing Campbell, and Campbell's just not happy about it. That's why he's been throwing. He just threw him. I have a bet on Jonas just for fun. That's a good bet. Only because the value is 4-1. Yeah, see, that's a good bet. That's a good bet, Marv. Like, that's a great bet. If for, like, you know. Anyone saying Khabib is boring, but yeah, I mean, they don't realize MMA is, yeah, not boxing. The thing is, like, you have to really appreciate the dominance of Khabib. It's not that he just wins, it's how he wins. It's how he just breaks you. He breaks fighters. And that's what makes Khabib just like incredible. He doesn't just beat you, he breaks you. And there's very few guys that can do that and do it consistently to the level that Khabib did. I don't know if Khabib's coming back. From what I've heard, he's going to stay retired. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to come back, or he's not coming back at all, which I respect. He's only lost 2 rounds in 29 fights exactly. Exactly. That's, I mean, it's just unreal. So, you should put your money on the Ruiz-Arreola fight. Odds are crazy for Arreola winning. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Jay, we talked about that earlier. Exactly. That's like, put $10 down and you might make something huge. I noticed Jones' trailer. Oh, yeah. Made a big play through the judges. Needs to be fair. Yeah, I agree with that. With the scoring to Eddie Hearn's pre-fight because Katie is the darling. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no question that Katie Taylor is going to be favored in this fight. There's no question she is. Oh, oh, man. I almost said Luke Campbell. That looked like Campbell had a nice shot at the end of that. Good round for Campbell on that one. His striking is underrated. I agree. For sure. Well, that's the beauty of him, is that he's such a good wrestler, is that people don't expect him to have that good of striking. And then he shows them by landing monster shots. I'm really excited for the Taylor fight next. Really excited. You know, the thing with Katie Taylor especially is you're always going to get a pretty fun fight. She always brings it, which I like. And she doesn't shy away from staying in the pocket. And then Jonas is like a really, really solid fighter. Arreola is 9-1 in the UK to beat Ruiz. Are you guys saying he has a chance? I don't think he has a chance. I'm not picking Arreola to win. That's for damn sure. But I mean, if you're gonna throw down like $5, you know, like that's kind of a fun bet. Just on the off chance somehow he beats Ruiz. I doubt it. I mean, he's 40 years old. I don't expect that at all. But you know, if you don't mind throwing fun money around a little bit, that would be a hell of a good. That'd be a hell of a good bet to win money on. Campbell is just destroying this Dunn guy. Katie Taylor is meh for me. If she doesn't, yeah, she goes against Cyborg or Amanda Nunes. Katie goes to sleep. Well, I mean, Katie isn't exactly in the same weight class as Amanda Nunes. And Amanda Nunes is like unreal. I think if Amanda Nunes had to box Katie Taylor, she'd have a lot more problems. Because Katie is just fantastic footwork. But Katie also does have a tendency to get too much on the inside. Sorry, I just joined you. What are you guys predicting for the Chisora Parker fight? No problem, man. You can always ask that. I'm predicting Chisora to come out hot. His best chances are in the first four or 5 rounds. I think he slows down and gasses, and I think Parker wins by decision. I think Parker's just better. He's better mover, better footwork. He utilizes the ring better, and I'm expecting him to make it. I don't know if he can knock out Chisora. He just hasn't impressed me lately. I know based off of his record, a lot of people are predicting Parker to win by KO, but I don't take that into consideration. I kind of look at what you've done in your body of work recently to kind of make my decision on that. And Parker just did not look good against Junior Fa. Granted, he had a lot of ring rust because of COVID and everything like that, and he hadn't been active, but still, he just didn't impress me against Junior Fa, which does not make me lead to believe that he's going to be able to hurt Chisora like that. That said, Chisora is a dangerous man. He has nothing to lose. 0 to lose. So he's going to come out I mean, he's just that brawler style. He's going to come out, you know, all cylinders go for sure. I don't think Arreola wins, but the odds are giving me they're going to be crazy. I think Arreola will be trying to outbox Ruiz and not engage as much. I agree. He has a slight size advantage, slight reach advantage. If Arreola is smart, he definitely won't let Ruiz on the inside. Right now, Campbell's eating some big shots from Dunn here and there, but Dunn's just kind of like winging them wildly. There's no rhyme or reason to what he's throwing. This is looking very ugly. This is a very ugly fight right now. I mean, I know Campbell's a work in progress, but this was Dunn was a very rough club fighter at best. Definitely a club fighter. I don't like to criticize guys too hard, especially when they're like 3 years old, like Dunn is. But he's not much of a boxer, that's for sure. I think it's good for Campbell to have that experience where guys are rough and tumble like that, rough around the edges. It makes him learn. I mean, because that's the big thing with Campbell. You know, he's trying to learn on the job. He doesn't have a huge background in terms of amateurs. It's good for him to kind of get in these rough and tumble fights. It'll allow him to deal with these kind of things later on. So I think it's overall not a great fight to watch aesthetically, but good for Campbell in terms of experience. You know, you're gonna have to get into these awkward, weird fights like that. Is the next fight Katie Taylor? Yeah, I think Katie Taylor's next, and yeah, I'm predicting her to win by points. I think it's going to be a really tough fight for her, though. I don't think this is going to be like a walk in the park. I think she's going to have to dig deep like she did in the Pursoon fight and really, really bring it. Because if she doesn't, it could be an upset. It could be an upset. I am predicting her to win, though. So that's my general thought right now. We'll see how it goes. I mean, it's certainly going to be interesting to see what happens if Katie Taylor has to come back from losing a couple rounds. Does she adapt well? Is she, not adapt well? She's shown in the past she can dig deep, so I'm not going to be surprised overall. But are you live streaming or commentating every fight, bud? I'm just commentating all the fights. I can't show them live because then I'd get banned. So, I just do fight commentary. So Campbell obviously gets the win. I like that Campbell seems like a really humble kid. And he's saying he felt more relaxed, which I like. He did look more relaxed. His first fight, he looked so nervous, which I like for obvious reasons. But that was a rough fight to watch. That was a really rough fight to watch. Obviously they're trying to set him up. It's his second fight. He's not going to be fighting killers. But I did want to see a little bit cleaner fight overall. I think the big thing for Campbell is you just got to keep getting back into the gym and keep working. Stay active. I hate when these young guys don't stay active. It's just so bad for them. They just sit back and have like a couple fights a year. Word in UK is Joshua Fury is being officially announced probably Monday. Both sets of lawyers going through the final draft contracts this weekend. That's what I heard too. Eddie openly said on the broadcast that there should be an announcement next week. Now look, Eddie said that a few times now. He said a few times that, we're going to have information this week. It's going to come out this week. It's going to come out that week. Like, he's said that now, like, numerous times. And I'm not saying that he's lying. I think the hardest part is that you have so many moving parts on these fights. A fight this scale, this big, is so tough. There's so much money involved. Everyone wants their piece of the pie. So I could see this being a tough thing to organize. And I'm expecting it to be a difficult fight to organize. I do think it is going to happen. You know, I think Bob Arum is a little bit off his rocker. I think he's a little bit pissed off, you know, because he's not happy with how long it's been taking. I think it's also another thing where he doesn't want Tyson Fury out of the ring longer than he has to be. Because that's going to be the biggest problem for Fury. Fury's coming back now after not fighting for a long period of time. And, you know, is Wilder coming back? Wilder's training right now. I don't know what his game plan is long term. I mean, he's getting up there in age. He's not super young. As far as I know, he's coming back. He is training right now. And I'm curious to see what's next for him, if he's going to take a light touch. I actually would really like to see Wilder Ruiz. I think that'd be fun. Very different styles, like classic styles make fight. Sorry, guys. My lighting is really inconsistent right now because the sun keeps getting in my eyes. The styles make fights, and I think what's interesting about someone like a Ruiz is that his style's so different, and he's such a mover, and Wilder's always just so dangerous. Whether you like Wilder or not, you have to admit he's entertaining. He's very entertaining. And he definitely makes you, you know, on the edge of your seat every time he fights. Because you just never know what he's going to do. You never know. I mean, odds are he's going to knock someone out or he's going to get knocked out just because of his style of fighting. So I think that's kind of fun to think about overall. I do want to see him fight and continue to fight. He kind of went off the deep end a little bit. Talked a lot of conspiracy theories about Tyson Fury's gloves, which I actually did a whole video on that on my YouTube channel, all about that. And talked about, it's just, look, losing's tough. And I get that he has a bunch of ideas about how he lost and why he lost. That said, you need to kind of rebound and take your time out of the ring, do what you got to do, but you got to figure stuff out, man. Because the longer you're out of the ring, it's certainly not going to help you if you're out there for too long, and you know, in the end, you're not really helping yourself. So I'm curious to see what he does and how he comes back. So I'm actually excited to see that. Bob Arum is a player. He speaks on the phone with Eddie Hearn and then does a YouTube interview next day and says he hasn't heard from Eddie in 2 weeks. Eddie says there must be several Bob Arums. Yeah. Yeah. Bob, the thing about Bob, I mean, Bob's a character. And he's at the age now where Bob's at the age where, you know, you got to wonder how many good days is he going to have left to kind of make these contracts and these fights, you know, because he's getting up there in age. And, you know, Bob's been around forever. But I think he's not helping things. The thing I've been noticing with Bob, he's definitely been more vocal about different things he's not happy with, and stuff like Crawford, you know, the way him and Crawford kind of went at each other publicly is just so unprofessional. And that's one thing I don't like about him, is especially Crawford's going to his contracts up at the end of this year. Like, you're one of your biggest fighters contracts up at the end of this year, and you're talking trash about losing money about putting on his fights. Don't get me wrong, Bud Crawford kind of asked for it because he's been very vocal as well. But look, I mean, it takes two to tango. And I think that Crawford wants big fights, but he also wants big money. And I don't think he always should get big money based on the kind of fights he's been doing lately. I don't think he should get... He's got to be somewhat flexible. Okay, so here we go. Katie Taylor... Jonas, this is going to be an excellent fight. You know, Jonas has the reach advantage, height advantage. She's a little bit older. I think the big thing here for Jonas is, can she fight off the back foot well? Can she make sure to use that jab to keep Katie Taylor out of the inside? If Katie Taylor gets on the inside, man, she is punches and bunches. That's what that girl loves to do, and she's very good at it. So I'm very I might be a little bit more excited for this fight than I am even the Chisora Parker fight. I know that sounds a little bit crazy, but I don't think there's a dull Katie Taylor fight like ever. I do expect fireworks with the Chisora Parker fight, of course, too, though. So many mind games, and then you add Fury. Exactly. Charlie, I can't show the fight because then I will get banned. But I am doing fight commentary. Charlie, if you need a link, though, I can tell you where to find the fight, if you'd like. Does that help you out? If you go to Google and you type in, like, crack stream or buff stream, you'll find a link. One of the very first websites pops up. You usually can get a link from there. It'll bring you right to the fight. Hopefully that helps you out. So, who do you guys have for this fight? I can't put link in chat because I'll get banned for that. But like I said, if you go to Google, Charlie, and you type in crack streams or crack stream or crack streams, or you type in buff stream, you will find there. I mean, one of the first sites that pops up you can go to. So hopefully that helps you out. No problem, man. That like I said, that's the best I can do for you. Sorry I can't do more. So let's see how this goes. I'm very excited to see how. I mean, Taylor's last fight was the Pursoon rematch, which was a really solid fight. Delphine Pursoon, though, is very wild with her punches. She's much more of that kind of brawler style and stuff like that, which stylistically was not great for Taylor. So I'm curious to see how this is all going to play out. For sure. You streaming the fight? I am doing commentary on the fight, but if you need a link to the fight, best thing you can do is go to Google and type in crack streams or buff stream, and usually you can, one of the first sites will be a link for you to watch. So hopefully that helps you out, brother. So yeah, co-main, this should be a fun fight. Hopefully we get some fireworks. Yeah, so to find that link, all you got to do is just go to Google and type in like crack streams, and you will the like first website pops up, and you can just use that to find a stream of it. I can't show it on the actual screen because of that. No problem, brother. I try to help out the most I can. Best I can do is basically lead you to a location. So we have Taylor and Jonas. This is going to be a great fight, man. This is going to be a great fight. Oh, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. We will be doing the Andy Ruiz versus Chris Arreola fight tonight. So we'll be streaming during that as well. So we'll be scoring this. Let's see how this goes. I think this is going to be... All right, cool, brother. Stop by anytime. All right, here comes Katie Taylor. I do like the fact that these guys have a past. Jonas and Taylor have a past. They fought in the past. They know each other a little bit. I think it's going to be really excellent to see how this all plays out. Obviously, we saw with the Pursoon fight that Katie Taylor's not perfect. If you put pressure on her, you can make it a really interesting fight, really difficult fight for her. Katie likes to be able to control distance using her footwork, especially. So you can't take women's boxing too serious. 2-minute rounds. Well, I have to agree. I think they should be doing 3-minute rounds. I have to agree with you there, Josh. The big thing for me is, I think MMA's done really well and shown that if you make everything level that you can get better results overall. There should be 3-minute rounds. I know that. I know Clarissa Shields talked about that she would love to have 3-minute rounds. I'm sure Katie Taylor would like to have 3-minute rounds. I know that they did it because of concussions and all this other BS. I don't agree with it. There should be 3-minute rounds. They should also have lighter gloves. I think it'd be better. I think it'd be better for the sport. You know, Katie gets KO'd 2 rounds. Whoa! Think the second round she's gonna get KO'd? That's a bold prediction. That's a bold prediction. I'm curious to see how this is gonna play out though, because Katie is the shorter fighter and is giving up reach. So that footwork to get on the inside is gonna have to be very sharp. I mean, these girls know each other. I mean, the whole BS about concussions with women's boxing and that they can only do 2-minute rounds, I think is just garbage. You know? And they don't even do 12 rounds for championship fights. Like, this would be a perfect example. This fight should be 12 rounds, 3-minute rounds. I don't understand it. So it doesn't help them at all. You'd have more KOs. You know? I'm pretty pumped for this fight though. This is a good for Katie to go from Pursoon to this. I think this is going to be fun. I think this is a great Tom with the follow. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. So yeah, this should be a great fight, and I'm really excited to see how these girls do. Like I said, I am a little bit biased. I am a Katie Taylor fan. I like her a lot. She's got excellent footwork, but this is going to be a tough one for her. She's going to have to be sharp this entire fight. I do also like Katie Taylor's work ethic a lot. She lives and breathes boxing, so I appreciate fighters like that. But, I mean, she did have just 2 wars with Pursoon, and we did see that she's vulnerable. So, this could be a big turning point for Katie. So, I think this was a really smart pairing by Eddie. I haven't watched a ton of Jonas. I have watched some of her fights. She's pretty solid. Pretty solid boxer overall. I'm curious if Katie's going to have any issues getting on the inside, though. That's my biggest concern for Katie. You know? I mean, these girls have a past. They definitely know each other pretty well. I'm sure they've watched tons of film on each other. I'm sure they've sparred each other. So, okay, boys, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, definitely. Jonas is definitely taller. You can definitely see the size difference here. Here we go. Okay. I wonder if Southpaw is going to play any factor in this. Jonas's stance is so wide. Watched the Katie documentary last night. She'll do great tonight. I love Katie, man. Katie's like she is my favorite female boxer. So sharp, great footwork. Can just get in there and do work. So motivating. Jonas KO 5th or 6th. Very not. That's a bold prediction, Lee. I like it. I like the boldness. But the big thing for Katie, she's gonna have to. I mean, she's gonna have to overcome that reach. Is the main event after this fight? Yes, it is, Jay. The big thing here is Jonas is going to have to control distance, because if she lets Katie get on the inside, that's going to be a problem. Katie does good body work, good punch combinations, and Jonas has got that very wide base. So I don't think she's going to be able to get out of the way and move laterally enough to get away from Katie. She's going to have to go straight back. Katie doing some good work right now. Jonas, though, certainly making Katie have to work to come in the inside right now. Katie, nice straight right, and then followed up with the left hook right now. I like the feints that Katie's throwing right now. Trying to keep... Oh, nice little combination there for Katie, but they both almost had a little headbutt action in there. So, Katie, right now on the front foot, which I didn't expect. I thought Jonas might try to be on the front foot and use that reach. But Katie's got to be careful, because if she lunges in... Wow, God, 2-minute rounds. Hate 2-minute rounds. I hate 2-minute rounds. They go so fast. I'm going to give that first round to Katie. I thought she landed the cleaner work. Jonas, though, I think if she's smart and she's on that back foot and Katie lunges in, if she can counter with a straight left, that could be a big factor in this. You know, that aggression from Katie can be definitely something that Jonas uses against her if she can counterpunch decent. So... Katie lost? Nope, not yet. Not from what I'm watching. Unless what you're watching is ahead of what I'm watching. Okay. Here we go, round 2. So far right now, round 2, still kind of feeling stuff out a little bit. Definitely trying to get range a little bit. Jonas's stance is so wide. Ooh. She tried to throw a big straight left, but totally missed. Katie making sure to get out of the way of that one. Yeah, Jonas is definitely not allowing Katie to do work on the inside. Oh, cheers for the content, bud. Thank you so much, man. Truly appreciate it, Monty. Monty with the follow. Thank you so much, brother. Right now, Katie doing some nice work on the ropes against Jonas. Love it. Looking tentative. I'm moving in on Jonas. Absolutely. As you say, checking out the range, I guess. Yeah, see, you have to be. Jonas has the reach, has a great straight left, and that jab, if she can double up on that and make Katie guess a little bit, could be a problem for Katie. Katie, though, I think is doing decent right now and finding her way inside. Feinting, hopefully using a little bit of foot feints as well as hand feints to get Jonas to kind of either engage and commit, but, you know, I'm not watching it, not paying for average boxing. Oh, headbutt. Yeah, that can happen, especially when you're dealing with the southpaw. Come on, Katie, yeah. Exactly, I'm a big Katie fan. Katie, I like the punches and bunches from Katie. I love when she does that. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Another follow. You guys are great, man. Famous with the follow. Okay, another round. How do you guys have that round? I want to give it to Katie because I thought she did more work, but Jonas had a few moments here and there, that weren't too bad. So I think for Katie, the big thing is just keep on doing what she's doing. You know. Went inside to get a pack of crisps while I sit in my swimming pool at 12:17 a.m. That sounds fun. Being poolside. It's just the weather's just starting to get nice where I am right now. Hit like 80 yesterday. 21 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that converts to, but if I'm not mistaken, that's pretty warm. Okay, let's see. Can Katie keep it up? Is Jonas going to adapt? That's the big question right now. Best way to beat a southpaw is with a straight right hand. So let's see if Katie tries to use that. Ooh, Jonas landing some nice lefts right here, but Katie doing a little dirty boxing on the inside. Jonas grabbing. Ref letting them kind of go at it a little bit. Katie Taylor doing some body work coming upstairs. Jonas trying to engage now. Now they're throwing. This is heating up really nicely. Both girls letting their hands go, letting them fly. Another possible headbutt there, but both of them going for it. I love the body work from Katie Taylor right now. Oh, man. Every time Jonas kind of lunges in, it seems like they're maybe headbutting a little bit. I think it's like 70-something last week. Wow. Close to 100 degrees. Damn. Nice body shots from Jonas. This is a good round right now. Very good round. Both girls going at it. Better round for Jonas for sure. She's definitely landing some better shots in this. She keeps going like this. I'm going to have to give her the round. Taylor, I want to see some more punches and bunches, work the body, and then come upstairs. Jonas trying to use that reach and kind of reach out with that jab. Smart. This is a great round. Taylor with a nice little flurry right there at the end. Good round. Okay. Round 3, I'm going to be honest, I think Jonas took that round. I think she just squeaked that round. But Katie had some good moments there and definitely ate some good punches, but American English is English language dumbed down. Hey, quick question. To be honest, I don't watch too much women's boxing. Are the weight divisions kind of the same or not? Yeah, they are. The big thing is with the women's, they have less weight classes than men's does. But the big thing is women have a tendency to go up and down in weight in various weight classes a lot more than men do, because there's just not a lot of competition. So you see women fighting at multiple weights sometimes a little bit more. Because there's just not a ton of girls to fight. And so, round 4, here we go. Jonas had a great last round. Let's see if she can keep it up. Katie with a nice straight right. That's a southpaw killer. She's got to work that in. Jonas has got to keep controlling that distance, especially with that jab. Katie landed another straight right and another one. I think you're right. With having to put the straight rights, through Jonas's guard, absolutely. Especially if Jonas can overextend and you can counter with it. It'd be great for Katie to do that. But I like that Katie, when she gets on the inside, she's getting scrappy. I love that about her. I also think right now Katie's still bouncing on her toes right now. I love that about her, so... unlucky because I can do orthodox and southpaw when I fight. Hell yeah. Switch hitting is huge if you can do that. So right now it seems like Jonas is Oh, Jonas just got caught with another big right from Katie, and she's getting a little bit wild. Taylor's doing is a little bit sharper right now. She just got a big jab though from Jonas. Jonas is getting a little bit wild, which she can't really afford to do. Right now, both girls trying to assert dominance. I like how they're both on the front foot, which is making it great because there's not a lot of clinching in this fight. Katie landing a couple, Jonas trying to fight back. Seems like Katie right now is having the better luck. Ooh, nice left from Katie. Right over the lead right hand of Jonas. Really solid round right now for Katie. She's doing great right now. All right. That round, I think, had to go to Taylor. She bounced back. This is what I want to see from Taylor going forward. She needs to continue to bounce in and out of range and keep Jonas guessing. If she does that, that's where it's a problem, because you see Jonas throwing these punches and not landing because she's not able to time Katie properly. And if she can't get that range and get that timing down, that's where she's having the biggest problem with Katie. And Katie's doing a nice job of that. The big thing is Katie can't slow down. Can't slow down. Got to keep the volume up, keep the pressure up, and keep the movement up. Katie does have a tendency to get a little bit more flat-footed later in the fight because she gets tired, to be fair, obviously. But she needs to keep it up because Jonas has that big reach advantage, so. Oh, yeah, no, Valentina is amazing. She's so well-rounded. So well-rounded. I agree with you, Josh. She's, like, incredible. There's not much that you can say about her to put her down at all. She's an incredible fighter. Okay. Katie's starting quick. Both girls trying to engage a little bit. That includes the men. I think she might be the most well-rounded. See, the big thing right now is Jonas is a little bit off balance and squaring up, and Katie's able to kind of land a few combination punches on her. Right now, Jonas on the front foot. Katie getting on the inside, doing some body work. Jonas eating a big left hook from Katie. Katie's just looking like the sharper fighter right now. I don't know if Jonas is getting a little bit tired or if she's getting a little frustrated because Katie's just not allowing her to do what she wants in terms of use that range to her advantage. As well as Katie, when they get on the inside and they are clinching, Katie's doing the better work. She's not afraid to scrap on the inside, which I really like about her. I also like the refs allowing them to have a little bit of inside fighting. Sometimes that can be a problem for these girls, though. I hate Katie Taylor too cocky. I don't know about she's too cocky. She's pretty humble for the amount of belts she has. I'm a big Katie Taylor fan. I think she's pretty good. I think she's not the best on the mic, though. That's just not her strong suit. She lets her fighting do a little bit more of the talking, which I like. Right now, for me, the big thing for Jonas is that you can tell that she's getting frustrated. She's just not able to connect. I don't know if she landed almost anything that round. So, I know she's trying to counter Taylor, but it's just not happening. So, AJ is humble. Katie Taylor is the female McTapper. I mean, she is undisputed. Undefeated. She has a little bit. I mean, I like a little bit of cockiness in my boxers. Not too arrogant, but a little bit of cockiness is always good. You should believe in yourself. Okay. Round 6. from what I've heard, her talk, she comes across as too arrogant. I don't know. I haven't heard anything too arrogant from her. But then again, I also don't know what you've heard her say. So, to be fair, right now, Jonas doing a nice job with the jab, trying to. She's proper quiet. Yeah. I think Katie knows that she isn't a big talker, especially she doesn't trash talk much, which I like. But she's mean in the ring. Oh, nice straight right again. Watch the documentary. She hates interviews. Yeah, you can tell she's not the type of girl that likes interviews. It's not her thing. That's okay. That's why she's got Eddie to talk for her, right? If you're gonna give a guy that much of your percentage of your purse, he might as well be able to do the talking for you. Ooh, Jonas landed a good shot on Katie. Little scrappiness on the inside right there. Now it's getting a little heated right here. Let's see who can finish this round stronger. Katie with a nice straight right again. You know? Right now, these girls are scrappy. Jonas is doing better this round, but I want to see if Katie can end it strong. Whoever finishes this round the strongest. Nice jab from Jonas. Oh, and now she lands a solid right hand. Katie, though, coming back. This is a good round. This is a really good round. Both girls landing some good shots. I like the pressure from Taylor. I think I'm going to have to give that round to Jonas just because UK commentary on Sky has it 3 rounds each. I don't, but I did give Jonas that round. I did give that round to Jonas. I thought she did a lot better that round. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. My scorecard's not always perfect. That's for damn sure. I just like some of the work I've seen from Taylor a little bit more. So I have Taylor up, but Jonas, if she can continue to fight like she just did in the 3rd and 6th round, she could have much more success. She's also gonna have to make it a very definitive win to beat Taylor because of the judges. So that was a good round for Jonas. Let's see if Taylor can adapt. Ooh, now they're swinging again. Coming out fast. Nice body shot from Taylor, straight to the body. The only thing with Jonas, she gets a little bit wild and a little bit wide with her punches. Straight punches always beat looping punches. And Katie throws a lot of straight punches, so. Nice little scrap right there. I think Katie got the best of that. Jonas trying to throw a big lead right that didn't land. Oh, but she lands a nice solid straight left. Nice 1-2 from Jonas. That jab from Jonas, she should be pumping that all night long. Good round so far. Ooh. Taylor's got to be careful of that straight left coming from Jonas when she lunges in like that. Got bitten by a black mamba. Holy smokes. That my local reptile center. Oh, Jonas doing some nice work here. Aren't like black mambas like one of the most deadliest snakes on the planet? If I'm not mistaken, Jonas's trainer just been warned in corner. Yeah. Yeah. Joe Gallagher getting warned. That was another good round for Jonas. I think she got the best of that round. Jonas is coming alive right now. Throwing a lot of good combinations. Those looping punches, though, could get her in trouble. I really like the jabs I'm seeing from Jonas, but she's also timing Katie coming in with that straight left, which is really good. What does Katie need to do at this stage to make sure she gets the win? The big thing for Katie is a couple things. One, I think she needs to go back to feinting. She's not feinting at all like she was at the beginning, which was throwing Jonas off. Jonas was trying to time her at the beginning and couldn't get the timing because of it. Katie's abandoned that and kind of went into more of a scrappy mode. She needs to stop scrapping like that. That's not where she's going to win. She needs to get back into kind of moving in and out of the pocket. That's the big thing for her. You got to get the timing away from that straight left from Jonas. If Jonas can time you, she's going to win because of that reach. And she can land that really nice jab. Von Blue in the house, everybody. So far, good fight. Good fight. So it's really tough for Katie to keep on the inside. Mambas are far more deadly because of their fast-acting venom. Yeah, I've always heard that about Mambas, that they're like crazy deadly because of that. I don't know if I heard that from Kill Bill or what. Natasha, yeah, man. Natasha's looking good, Vaughn. As you can tell from my card right now, I have her coming back. And my card's, you know, from a Katie Taylor fanboy card. So, I mean, who knows what... This could be a draw, absolutely, Marv. Oh, nice body shot. And then came upstairs for Jonas. I mean, Katie, though... Katie unloading some nice combinations. Damn it, Katie. Yeah, I mean, Katie is scrapping right now. Oh, lands a huge right, and Jonas might be hurt a little bit from that. Katie Taylor coming back. This is a great fight right now. Jonas, though, on her heels a little bit. Let's see if Katie's trying to turn this into a real brawl right now. Last 20 seconds, she needs to keep the pressure, but watch out for being lunging in. That could be a problem. This is a good round. This is a really good round. Let's see. Whoo! I don't know how to score that round. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That one, I don't know how to score that round. I want to put that one right in the middle up for grabs. I hate to do that, but I'm going to be honest. It's really hard to... That's a really tough one. Put you into apoplectic shock. Dude, yeah. That was a really solid round. That's a toss-up round. I hate to do toss-up rounds, but that was a toss-up round. I think Katie landed a bigger shot, obviously, but Jonas had a really good start to it all. Taylor finished really strong, though. Let's see what happens here. This fight has just caught fire, man. I think whoever gets these last two rounds could win this fight. Katie Taylor work rate needs to continue, that's for sure. Let's see. Which girl wants it more? Jonas gonna catch her. I mean, either girl, I think, has enough power to really hurt the other one. Jonas with that reach. Landed big shots for missed a lot, too, from Katie. Yeah. Let's see who can pull this one out. This is a great round right now. Both pretty even round right now. Katie lands a nice straight right. Good work from Taylor. Then she changes angles once Jonas got on the inside. The work rate from Taylor could win her this fight. Yeah. Landed big shots, but missed a lot too from Katie. Yeah, absolutely. Nice work rate right now from Katie. She needs to keep it up. Jonas has slowed down a little bit this round. Katie doing very nice. Let's see what happens right here. Last little bit of this round. Man, Jonas has got to do something. She's got to land something here. She's going to lose this round. Good round for Katie. That was a great round for Katie. She needed that. She needed that round. Josh dropping knowledge about King Cobras in the chat. I had no idea about that. King Cobras actually aren't a cobra because cobras are part... Really? No idea about that. Guys, if you're new to the channel at all, we'll be also live streaming tonight for the Ruiz Chris Areola fight. So that'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to come by and watch that as well, hang out, you're more than welcome to, that's for sure. This is a great fight, guys. I knew this fight was going to catch fire. I knew it was going to catch fire. Yeah, come on, Katie is right. She needs this next round, though. She needs to close the door on this. Because if she doesn't, like I said, round 8 was a toss-up round, and my card isn't a lock for her for sure. Other people might see it a little bit different than I did. Oh, Jonas lands a really nice straight left. Solid round so far. Okay. Uh-oh, my stream just went down. Okay. Okay. All right. Really solid round right now. Oh no, my feed just went down. Hold on. Not in the last round. Come on. Oh boy. So right now, ugh, my feed just literally just froze on this fight. Thanks for the update, dude. Gonna jump off now. Oh, COD War calls. Yeah, man. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. I loved having you in the chat, brother. Okay, so I just missed the last freaking round. I am pissed. How do you guys have the last round? Seems like the commentary team is giving the fight to Katie already. So, Of course, Josh, of course you're going to say Jonas. Of course you are. That was a great fight, though. Great fight overall. I think this might be a very, very close card. Let's see how the judges score it. Oh, now they're showing some of the replay. Good, I get to see some of the replay. Draw, probably. UK TV saying 6-4 Taylor. I think that's pretty fair. I think that's pretty fair. I had the eighth round a toss-up, and looking at the highlights from the 10th round, it looks like Jonas won the 10th round. I think that's very fair. Really solid fight. I mean, they could run this one back. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, Taylor dug down deep in this fight, though. She had to. Jonas did an excellent job. Yeah, hell of a fight is right, Vaughn. I mean, clearly, I think we've seen now Katie in a couple really, really good close fights. Yeah, rematch or Amanda Serrano. I would love to see Serrano fight. Let's see. I'm just getting the cards right now, so let's see how they score it. Okay. 96-94. 96-95. And Katie Taylor wins. That was damn close. If you gave that 10th round to Jonas, which, like I said, my feed just stopped, so I didn't get to see that. And then you gave the 8th round. I mean, that's pretty much pretty close to how I had it scored. That was a great fight, though. I'll tell you what, if Jonas can, I mean, she's 36, so it's not like she has a long time left as a fighter. That physical size, though, is really, really tough to deal with. That's the big thing with Jonas. That reach is fantastic, and her straight left is really solid. She's a good fighter. I've seen her fight like a couple times, not much though, and she gave Katie Taylor a run for her money, which is not easy to do. So I think that was a good fight overall. God, my lighting is. I think the big thing that I liked about that fight is going to bed, Josh. All right, brother. Thanks for hanging out and telling me cool facts about cobras. I did not know any of these facts you just told me. These are awesome. Thank you so much for following and hanging out in the chat. You know, I think the big thing that for Jonas, I mean, she could definitely go up in weight if she wanted to a little bit with her size. I don't think she can go down any farther. Really solid fight overall. I think the big thing for Katie is she keeps getting in these big scraps. And, I mean, she was a punch away from possibly getting hurt in this fight, too, because Jonas landed some good, solid punches on her. So, overall, that was a tough, tough fight for Katie. Tough fight for Katie. But I think, you know, well-deserved win. But boy, oh boy. All right, boys. I am going to go take a piss really quick. I will be right back because we have the main event next. Chisora Parker, stick around. Okay. Back. So, let's see how this final fight goes. As I have it predicted, I think Parker wins by decision. But he's got to make it out of the first couple rounds. Because Chisora is going to be a bull in there. So, Parker's going to run in a jab. Yeah. I mean, he's got to. He's got to run. He's got to be in and out of the pocket using his jab. Clinching. You got to be careful with Chisora. So, I like that Natasha Jonas is being pretty humble right now. She seems like a great fighter. I mean, tough fight. Close fight. I would love to see them run this back. I mean, I think they're a good match. With the Pursoon fights, like, I think Pursoon is just that rough and tumble type of fighter. She throws everything in the kitchen sink at you. Where Jonas is a little bit more polished and there's a little bit more boxing going on than like inside dirty boxing with Pursoon. Parker hasn't been impressive, but Chisora is slow and heavy. Parker by unanimous decision by Jay. I agree. The thing with Parker is that he's suspect a little bit. His record, his KO percentages, they're great. I get that. But, I mean, Junior Fa is not even close to being in near the top 20. And Parker looked really poor in that fight. A lot of clinching, just it shouldn't have been a close fight. Katie Taylor, what a sweetheart she is. Look, like, what a good sport these two are. Yeah, I'm fanboying a little bit for Katie. I get it. I admit it. So, yeah, the thing with Parker is that if he's slow at all, if he lets Chisora bully him, he's going to have problems. He's going to have big problems because Chisora is just going to come at him so fast. And if he can weather that storm, you could definitely see Chisora slow down, gas out. But yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting to see how Parker deals with, how he's going to deal with Chisora's size and aggression is going to be very interesting. That brawler style is super fun to watch, really tough to deal with. And I think that's where we're going to see what happens to Parker. Is he up to it? Is he in good shape? That's my biggest question. Now, I know that he just got a new trainer, which is, I think, great for him. I think it's great, especially at this time in his career. He needs to change things up. But the big thing for me is Parker still in love with fighting? Is he still in love with boxing? Because if he's not, we're going to find out in fights like this. He's going to gas. He's going to have issues. That's going to be tough for him. And I think that guys like Chisora, even though they're guys that have 10 losses on their record, they make it a tough fight. They make it a tough fight. They make it a very difficult win. Even if you do win, you're going to have to overcome some adversity. So that's what I'm kind of curious about with this Parker fight. What kind of Parker are we going to see when he fights Chisora? Are we going to see a little bit more polished, kind of boxing, kind of able to move, use the ring? Or are we going to see a much more gassed out, less impressive Joseph Parker? Chisora's promoter, hey. Just said, no surprises. Derek comes out throwing bombs. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what he does. Like, look. I know some people, like, I'll give you an example. In the Dillian White fight, right? People are like, oh, Dillian White's going to box Povetkin. And I said in my fight prediction, I go, no, he's not. He's not going to sit there on his back foot and just try to jab his way to winning. That's not how Dillian White fights. Dillian White is a brawler. That's how he fights. That's how he wins. He brawls. It means he has to take a punch. It means he's going to possibly have some problems here and there. There's a reason he gets hurt in a lot of his fights. But guess what? That's just the way he is. And guys that are brawlers, that's their style. They get in there and they make it interesting. So, you know, I just don't understand when people try to change guys' styles like that, especially when they're later in their career. Derek Chisora is what he is. He is what he is. And same thing with Dillian White. They go in there, they throw bombs, they go a million miles an hour, they can gas out. You know, we saw the gassing out of Dillian White with the Marius Wack fight, right? Gassed out big time. So Joseph Parker came out at 241 at weigh-in. That's pretty normal. Chisora looks pretty good. 250 for Chisora. I have a feeling Parker's skill and chin will be too good for Derek's bombs. Agree. Derek will gas and later Parker. Yeah. You think a late stoppage? That's not bad. Want to sell my bows? Lee, are you into bows too? So, I got, these are my all bear bows, by the way. I'm a big fan of bear recurves. I make my own arrows. So the bottom bow right here, that one is a Bear 1962 Bear Polar. The one above it, the one in the middle, is a Bear 1975 Bear Grizzly. And then above that is a 1964 Bear Kodiak, which is like my all-time favorite bow. This bottom one, the Bear Polar, is a really fun bow to shoot. It's what I teach everyone how to shoot. It's only 35 pounds. The middle one is a 55 pound and the top one is 45 pounds. The 45 pounds is like my favorite one. But yeah. Yeah, I make arrows. I don't know if you can see them over here in the corner. It's all cedar arrows I make from scratch. Use turkey feathers on them. There's something fun about recurve bows. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun to shoot. So, always been into bows for a while now. Do a bunch of bow hunting when I can. But that's changed since I have a 2-year-old now a little bit, so. So, I mean, let's see how, I think the big question is what kind of shape is Parker going to be in? I've heard a lot of people say he's in better shape now that he's got the new trainer. But, I mean, I don't know if I believe that. You know, I think it was smart he left Kevin Barry. I think that was a smart move. You know? Clearly that was not, he wasn't progressing. So, I think that was smart that he made that change. But, you know, what can Andy Lee add to his game is the real question. You know, do guys at this age really change or learn a lot of new stuff? I don't know. I don't know how much they change or I mean, I guess it depends on the guy, but I'm curious to see what kind of dimensions we can see of him this time. If he's going to just be the same old kind of back foot boxing, move well, or is he going to try to Is he going to have issues with Chisora is the real question. So, by the way, guys, thanks for stopping by the stream and hanging out. You fancy Parker in 9th? I mean, if you look at his KO percentage, that's not a bad guess. It's not a bad guess. I mean, he has the size over Chisora. He has a 2-inch reach advantage over Chisora. He's lighter. He's a better boxer. So, the question, I mean, it's not like Derek Chisora hasn't been knocked out. So, I just don't know how much I trust that Joseph Parker is going to be in amazing conditions. I think Chisora will gas late on, and yeah, get stopped. See, I'm thinking Chisora gasses early. I think he's going to gas in like the 4th or 5th round. I think he's just going to come out really fast, and like, if it's anything like the Usyk fight, he gassed so quick. You know, and who knows? Maybe Chisora is going to have a little bit better gas tank. He could absolutely have a better gas tank. Maybe he's going to be a little bit better about emptying the gas tank so early. Maybe pace himself just a little bit more than he did the Usyk fight. He didn't pace at all. He went full tilt right off the bat. So you got a $10 bet on Parker round $9. Hey, that's a solid bet. That's a solid bet. I'd make that bet. That's a solid bet. The fight has not started. It's just about to start. Just about to start. Right now, Derek Chisora is about to do his ring walk. So, who are the top trainers for you right now? I think my top trainer is Eddie Reynoso, probably. Whoa, 2K bet on Parker. Damn. I think that's a pretty safe bet, though. I think that's a safe bet. I think the Kronk gym is excellent. You know, that's where Tyson Fury is right now. So I'm curious to see how he looks now that he's been in that camp for a while. Thank you for the crowds to be back. Oh my God, yeah. The crowd being back for that's going to be amazing. We do need fans back, and that's going to make that fight that much better too. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so fun to have a live audience for that fight, especially because you know it's going to be, I mean, styles make fights, and that fight is going to be so fun. So, by the way, thank you guys for being in the stream. Love having you guys, these fight fans in here. Super fun. We will be live tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you guys want to hang out for the Chisora and Chris Arreola fight, you're more than welcome to, of course. So, I know that one thing for this ring walk, I don't know if you guys heard this or not, Derek Chisora, like, threatened to walk away from the fight because he didn't want to walk first. He said, people are tuning in because I'm fighting, not because Parker's fighting. I deserve to walk, like, second. And then he talked to his mom, and his mom's like, you agreed, you're going to walk first because of the coin toss or whatever, so get out there. Okay, so you had Chris Eubank Jr., Taylor, Parker, Andy Ruiz, Billy Joe Saunders, and returns of $400. You like Billy Joe over Canelo? That's a very bold, like, bet. That's a bold bet. But hey, I'm sure the odds are actually pretty good. Tyson Fury and Billy Joe Saunders have gone against the world mentality of, yeah, I mean, they've definitely for Canelo. Tyson might be Billy Joe's camp at the fight to wind up Canelo. I mean, I know that Tyson Fury's been talking a lot of smack online, but I don't think you can get into the head of Canelo, really. Yeah, I think styles make fights, and you think Billy Joe Saunders can outbox Canelo. You're not alone in that. You're not alone in that. I don't agree with you, but I respect it because at least you're not saying something silly like Billy Joe Saunders is going to knock out Canelo. It's going to be a tough night. it's going to be a tough night for Billy Joe Saunders. He has to be on and perfect the entire 12 rounds. But if he can do it, I mean, he'll shock the world. And you know there's a rematch clause, so he'll get paid ungodly amounts of money for a rematch. Ungodly amounts of money for a rematch. So, you know, I think we've seen that Canelo has issues with movers, guys that can move really well, and Billy Joe Saunders can move really well. The problem I have is that Billy Joe Saunders hasn't really impressed me in his last couple fights, but he looks like he's in the best shape of his life. So it's really hard to nail down exactly what's going to happen with that fight. It's really hard to predict what's going to go on with that fight for that reason alone. I just don't know what kind of Billy Joe we're going to get. You know, if he's going to be able to be elusive enough for Canelo, or is Canelo now evolved and peaking right now in his prime that he's able to nail down Billy Joe Saunders. I honestly think he will outbox Canelo. It will be tough, but we saw the Floyd. He struggles with movers. Billy Joe Saunders, quick, slick southpaw. Everything Canelo can't deal with. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but that was also years ago. I mean, the Floyd fight was a long time ago, and I think Canelo's gotten better, for sure. But, to your point, if Canelo can't land, Billy Joe Saunders is going to have to be on his tippy toes the entire fight, and to make Canelo miss the entire time. The biggest problem, I think, with Billy Joe Saunders in this fight against Canelo is if Canelo attacks the body and slows down Billy Joe Saunders, he's going to be in trouble. And Billy Joe Saunders does not have enough power. He doesn't have the power, and he's also not going to have the judges on his side. We know this, guys. Like Floyd, like with the Floyd fight, even if it was a closer fight, Floyd would have had the judges more on his side. Canelo's going to have the judges more on his side. We know this, and I hate to say that, but it's true. So Billy Joe's going to have to be slick for 12 rounds. He can do it. I mean, we've seen him, David Lemieux fight, he was able to do it. But David Lemieux's not Canelo. And that was at 160. You know, I don't know if Billy is going to be perfect the entire time, but I'll tell you what, he's coming in at great shape at least. Whether or not he wins or not, I like seeing that Billy Joe is so serious about this fight with Canelo. And in general, anytime a guy's willing to fight the best, Billy Joe's willing to fight top-level guys now. Like, this is the best fight by far of his entire career. I have to applaud the guy anyways. You know? I think do I think he has no chance? No, I think he has a chance. Would I put $1,000 on Billy Joe to win? No. I'd put my money on Canelo. Canelo's just so consistent, and Billy Joe has not been super consistent. But, you know, yeah, I think the only way Billy Joe doesn't win is if he gets robbed by a decision. I could also see Canelo stopping possibly Billy Joe. I could see a late stoppage possibly. I think it's going to be a tough night. It's going to be a tough fight for both guys. I think it's going to be tough for Canelo to cut off the ring on Billy Joe Saunders because of the footwork, and I think it's going to be a tough night for Billy Joe Saunders to be nonstop, on point, 100% focused the entire fight. We even saw when Tyson Fury was fighting Wilder, who's not even close to the level of boxer. If you just for 1 minute turn off and aren't on point, you can get knocked out. Now, granted, that was also heavyweight, but still, Canelo is a very consistent, very focused fighter. And that's what makes him really special. Billy Joe hasn't been as focused as he needs to be the entire time, but he looks very focused for this fight, which makes it very interesting. Like I said, some people are saying, oh, Canelo's going to knock out Billy Joe Saunders in 3. I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I think Billy Joe's going to make it a really tough night. Straight KO for Parker, no doubt. I'm picking Parker by decision, but I could see a stoppage, because if Del Boy gets tired, that makes him very receptive to being knocked out. Who would have thought after the He Glassed Me incident, David Haye would be working with Chisora? No, I know, man. I've said that before. I think that's hilarious. I think that's absolutely hilarious, and it just goes to show, like, like David Haye doesn't hold grudges, I guess. Like that's pretty fun. That is a really funny point, Jay. He could borrow some of Fury's booger sugar for Canelo. I mean, come on. Canelo can have some of his beef, his Mexican beef, and Billy Joe can have some of that nasal spray. You know, and we'll get the best of both of them. I don't really care. I just want a good fight. Okay, here we go, boys. Here we go. This is going to be such a fun fight. Expect CHISORA to come out fast. It is a little bizarre that they just did Parker's announcement before they did Derek's, but Derek makes Madman look normal. Dude, yeah. Like, I kind of love Derek CHISORA just because he's such a character, man. Like, he makes boxing interesting. And, dude, he sells a fight like nobody else. He's one of the best in the business at selling a fight. He might not be the best boxer, but he is an absolute pleasure to watch because he just makes things so interesting in these, like, especially these last couple fights he's had. He comes in there like a bull. I'm expecting to see that same thing with Parker. Hopefully he doesn't gas out too quick. So, yeah. I mean, so let's get up the names. Okay, so right now already, Del Boy. Oh! Whoa! I told you CHISORA's going to be dangerous early. That was behind the head. That was back of the head. CHISORA. Parker knocked down, yeah. I don't think that was a legit knockdown, though. I don't think that was a legit knockdown. I have to see the replay of that. That looked behind the head, too, so I want to see that again. CHISORA, I mean, just, this is what we were expecting. This is exactly what we were expecting. So, ooh, Parker landed that really sneaky. You guys see that? That lead left uppercut. That was a nice little quick punch from Parker. Yeah, I mean, he did take the count. I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, it didn't look like a legit knockdown, but I mean, they're gonna count it, so it's already Derek CHISORA's round. It's a 10-8 round for CHISORA. Ooh, Parker doing some nice timing. Definitely timing CHISORA coming in. CHISORA trying to make it a rough and tumble fight for Parker, which is what we expected. Parker dropped to in 10. Is he hurt? I don't think so. He didn't look hurt at all. So, this ain't lasting 12. I think it could get very slow-paced, Marv, later in this fight, and there could be a lot of clinching. But, ooh, Parker's looking very sharp right now, and he's doing very well. I am noticing it seems like CHISORA is not being a total bull right now, and he looks like he's pacing himself a little bit. Oh, nice shots from Parker. I think you might be right, Marv. The way Parker's landing right now on CHISORA, I don't know if this is going to last 12. This is a fun fight right now. Parker is looking really sharp right now, moving well, using the ring well. And Derek CHISORA just trying to be mean on the inside while they're clinching. Oh! Derek CHISORA getting a little fresh on the inside. So right now, the question is, how long can they keep this up and do they get gassed? First round. Well, first round's a 10-8 round for CHISORA. I mean, it is. It's a 10-8 round, so CHISORA gets the first round. I don't know if that was a legit knockdown or not. I mean, it is, but I didn't think that was legit. Maybe it was. I thought that was a little bit behind the head and he pushed him down, but that... Let's see. No, that's legit. That was a legit knockdown for CHISORA. I didn't think it was going to be that clean. It was definitely clean. That's going to give CHISORA a little bit of confidence for sure, but Parker did a great job boxing the rest. I mean, if it wasn't a knockdown, I would have easily given the round to Parker. So, there's a new meaning to clubbing right, exactly. CHISORA right now coming out with a nice jab. I think CHISORA's looking a little bit more strategic, which I like. He's trying to throw that huge looping right to see if he can land that again. I mean, we knew this was going to be a mean fight for Parker. Right now, Parker's got to move and outbox him. And right now, CHISORA's winning this round. Still plenty of time, though, for Parker. Parker, I like seeing him pump that jab. He's got to use that a little bit more. I mean, got to keep moving. Don't stay still, because if you do... I mean, right now, this round's going to CHISORA. Parker tries to land a big straight right. This is what I was worried about if they were going to do a lot of clinching. That's what I was worried about for sure. Oh, big overhand right for CHISORA landing. I don't know how clean it landed on Parker, but I mean, CHISORA's putting everything behind that big looping right. The big thing for Parker, he's got to be careful if he goes straight back, because he could get caught with that right on the chin. I mean, right now, Parker's looking a little bit more tentative. Not quite as sharp as he did in the first round. Man, and CHISORA is just doing some good work in this round. Going to the body. And this is what I was wondering, if Parker was going to end up just doing a lot of holding. Oh, Derek CHISORA, again, getting the better of the exchange. I mean, the big thing, CHISORA lunges. So if Parker can time him with a good straight punch right down the middle, he could definitely catch him, because CHISORA puts his head down. Even an uppercut would be solid. But, I mean, it's not like CHISORA doesn't load up. That's for sure. You see it coming. So CHISORA's definitely going to... I mean, if he can do this for a little bit longer in this fight, I mean, he's stealing this round right now. I mean, I'm a little surprised. That round did not go well for Parker, and that's another round for CHISORA. I mean, the big thing is, what kind of pace can CHISORA keep up? You know? I think that this pace is going to be unsustainable. But if he can gas out Parker, I don't know. Could get ugly. I mean, you can already hear like CHISORA breathing heavy. CHISORA's already looking like he's breathing very heavy right now. So, Yeah. Del Boy looking a little bit tired. And that's what I thought might happen. Nice body work, inside work from CHISORA, smothering and then making Parker go up against the ropes to land those big body shots. Parker needs to keep that jab and keep that distance. Oh, CHISORA lands another big overhand right. That lunging big right hand, he's landed that now multiple times on Parker. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Parker needs to box right here. Don't play this game right now with CHISORA. CHISORA doing nice inside work. So CHISORA needs to go to Eddie's Reynoso. Every big guy needs Reynoso. Yeah, I don't think that CHISORA can get in that camp. Everyone would want to be in Reynoso's camp if they could. I doubt that CHISORA would get invited though. He's just a little bit past prime, and I mean, he's 37, so I don't know how much more you're going to teach him, but I think he needs to go to Reynoso to even get a little bit of that stamina back, that's for sure. So right now, I mean, CHISORA's winning this round too. He's absolutely bullying Parker, which is kind of what I expected to see, but I thought Parker would move a little bit, use his reach a little bit, use the ring a little bit, and set up traps. Set up traps for, you know what CHISORA is going to do. He's going to try to load up. He's going to try to push you, you know, counter punching, setting traps for him. You think he would kind of do that, and he's not. I don't know if he's trying to play dummy a little bit and let CHISORA just gas himself out, which, I mean, you know, he definitely could do, because I'm sure all this clinching and everything is certainly taking a toll on CHISORA. He's looking very tired. He's already got his mouth open, so I'm expecting him to slow down even more so, and that's where you could see Parker come alive a little bit more and outboxing him. I mean, I'm not saying he's using a rope-a-dope, but he's kind of doing a little bit of a rope-a-dope possibly against CHISORA, trying to tire him out so that he can then pick him apart. Because right now, Parker's not winning this round. He's just not. He's moving okay. He's having a few shots here and there, but they're few and far between. And he's got to be careful, because CHISORA's throwing everything behind that big right hand. Interesting round. Interesting round, but Del Boy's looking tired. I mean, he's looking real tired. I had to give that round probably to CHISORA too, but I mean, how much more can he do of this? Mind you, the first round's a 8-10. So if it's an 8-10 round right now, CHISORA's up 4 rounds. And if he keeps doing this, I mean, he's only gonna win a couple more rounds. I mean, if he wins 2 more rounds, he's already got half the rounds in the bag. But CHISORA's looking tired, man. I mean, this is where I guess he'd gas out his round 4. He'd be gassed. So, okay, let's see if Parker starts to. I mean, we know the first minute CHISORA is going to come out really fast in a round, and then he's going to try to make it ugly for the rest of it. Whew. Ooh, Parker landed a very sharp hook. That left hook was beautiful. Nice counterpunching by Parker. That certainly made CHISORA stop in his tracks for a minute. That's what I wanted to see from him. Set traps. You know he's coming in. He loads up like crazy. So, Parker yet again. Left hook. Now he landed a good right. CHISORA right now not having so much success this round. So, I wouldn't mind seeing Parker rematch Ruiz if they... Oh, yeah, that'd be a great rematch. That'd be a great rematch. That was a good fight. Del Boy making it an ugly fight on the inside. But I think right now Parker's winning this round. And this is what I was wondering if Parker was going to pull away. Because Del Boy's looking tired. He's still coming forward, still trying to do damage, but Parker's just like kind of rope-a-doping him a little bit. But, oh, nice. Straight right hand from Parker. Parker's looking a lot sharper this round. Good body work from CHISORA, though. Good body work. That could pay off later on. For sure. I want to see Joseph Parker throw a couple more jabs. Like, double up the jab, at least. Throw something. Del Boy swinging. Parker, I mean, he's playing that game with him right now. Parker's chin too good, yeah. I mean, I knew CHISORA was going to come out swinging hard. And right now, this is what I'm wondering is how much gas does CHISORA have left? I mean, this... Oh, another overhand right catching. CHISORA keeps catching Parker with that. Parker doing a nice little flurry right there at the end. Del Boy, though, pushing up against the ropes, trying to do some work. And Parker, I think this is a much better round for Parker. Much better round for Parker. I think Derek's getting wild, obviously, with his punches. He's obviously tired. I mean, good. That was a good round. Very solid round. I'm going to give that one to Parker. I think he did the better job. I think he did the better work. So that's the first round I've given to Parker. And if he can keep this up, keep moving and jabbing, I think he could win this fight for sure. But he's got to watch out for those big overhand rights. My God, he got hit a couple times with those in that round. And if he gets hit just right on that chin, whoo. Derek CHISORA is gasping for air right now. Gasping for air. So, let's see if Del Boy is going to keep coming forward and if Parker can keep moving. So, I mean, the big thing for Parker, yeah, just got to keep boxing. Keep moving, keep boxing. Del Boy is just trying to crowd him right now. Parker, I want to see more of that jab from him for sure. Nice little flurry from Parker. Nice little combination from him. Catching CHISORA in. I mean, CHISORA's coming in so slow. It's nice to see, yeah, Parker now boxing, moving, using angles. This is what I wanted to see from him. And CHISORA is just so slow right now because he wasted so much energy. Oh, another big overhand right from CHISORA, and he starts to work on the body. So, I mean, this is an interesting fight just to see if CHISORA is still winging punches and landing occasionally. So, right now Parker doing the better boxing though, fighting smarter. Using that jab. Nice 1-2 from Parker. Then they get on the inside, and that's where CHISORA wants to be, obviously, up against the ropes. I mean, I wonder if CHISORA is going to continue to slow down, because if he does, he's going to start getting picked apart even worse. So, Ooh, big right hand from Parker, and Chisora just ate it. Parker doing some nice work here. He's just using the ring in a great way. And Chisora is just not able to do what he was doing in the first round because he's just so gassed. He's so tired. Yeah, now that big right hand just missed again, but it was not far off the mark. I mean, this is exactly, I think, what Parker wants to do right now. Be on the back foot, use the jab, land the right hand when you can, and then just keep time. I mean, it's not hard to time Chisora. You got to be careful. Another big right hand from Parker lands on Chisora. Good round. Good round. I think that one also went to Parker. I think that jab's come out and he's done beautiful work with that. So I'm really happy to see that from Parker. But I wonder if Parker's going to slow down a little bit too, you know? UK TV is saying Chisora's body shots will take tolls on Parker second half. Yeah, but the problem is I don't know how consistent Chisora is going to be in the second half. I mean, yes, body shots do pay dividends. In the words of Teddy Atlas, you're putting water in the basement. You know, I get that, but Chisora is so slow right now and so tired, and we're in round 5. Now we're in round 6, so I mean, I like the body work, but how much can he do later on? How consistent can he be? And right now, I mean, I have Chisora winning right now. So, who knows? You got to hand it to Chisora. He is entertaining. Absolutely, Jay. I mean, dude comes to fight. Ooh, Parker landed a mean left hand on Chisora. I mean, Chisora's eating some big shots from Parker right now. If he keeps eating those shots, it could be, oh, wow, Chisora just threw. I mean, Hail Mary right hand. Parker landing another big straight right. Chisora always looks tired. Don't mean he's actually tired. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely slowed down and he has good moments. But all that clinching, all that inside work is really tiresome. But I agree. I mean, both guys look, I mean, they're in a fight. They're going to be a little bit tired. But I'm just wondering how much Chisora's got, you know, how much pepper he's going to have left on those punches if he gets really tired and keeps getting hit like this from Parker. Parker's doing the better work right now. But Parker's also, you know, he's susceptible to tiring out too. I mean, both guys are big men, so any one of these shots could knock one of them out. Any one of these shots. And as they continue to get more tired, the more they feel those shots. And the more susceptible they are to being knocked out. So, I'm not counting Chisora out of this at all, but Parker's doing the better work right now. He's just looking the fresher fighter. Ooh, Del Boy doing some nice work on the inside right there, actually. If Chisora can do really well in this last minute or less, he could steal this round. Ooh, nice punches on the inside. Nice uppercut from Parker. I like the feinting that Joseph Parker's doing right now. He's able to time Chisora because of it. So, good round, good fight so far. I mean, Del Boy trying to land that big right hand. Man, That inside fighting from CHISORA is just relentless. Ooh, Joseph Parker lands a huge left. That one was a close one. That's a tough round. That was a very tough round to score. I'm going to lean towards Parker, but just by a hair. Because Del Boy's inside work at the end of that round was really solid. And that jab from Parker didn't quite land properly. Okay, UK TV has it 58-55 points to CHISORA so far. I mean, I don't have it that way, but I have it. Well, I mean, I have CHISORA basically as an 8-10 round, up 1 round right now. But that round was real. I mean, it depends also what you like to see and how you score stuff. I think you could give that round possibly to CHISORA. I mean, I have 1 round up right now for CHISORA. But that's because I like the beginning of the round and how well Parker did that last round, but just barely. I mean, these are really close rounds right now. So right now, Parker doing some nice work this round so far. But CHISORA, we know, has that right hand he's going to try to land. Nice straight right hand from Parker. Nice 1-2. Nice jabs right now from Parker. And, oh, almost lands a vicious left hook. Nice jab from Parker. This is a better round for him for sure. He's pulling away a little bit right now in this round. CHISORA can't take this round off. So right now, I have this round going towards Parker, but there's still, I mean, still half the round left. So Parker is just steady. He doesn't have anything that frightens you. Yeah. I mean, his right hand's pretty solid, and he has that left hook that's been doing pretty well for him, but it's nothing that CHISORA hasn't felt before. I mean, both these guys are really durable guys, and they have good power. So, but I don't think CHISORA is scared of Parker's power at all. So, I mean, whew. This is just tough work right now for Parker. And CHISORA's coming on late in this round, pretty decent. If CHISORA can land a little bit more of those body shots on the inside, he'll make this a tougher round to score. Right now I have Parker definitely winning this round. Oh, nice straight 1-2. And Parker on his Parker now landing some good shots and pushing CHISORA against the ropes. Nice little way to end this round for Parker, possibly. He's got to be careful, though. He circles to his right like that and isn't careful. Oh, CHISORA lands that right hand over the top. And tries to land it again. Can't quite connect. Good round. CHISORA in that round came on a little bit too late for me. I have that round. I have that round for Parker. So it's tied up. I have it dead even right now. Because of the 8-10 round from the initial round. So right now it's tied up. And I mean, if CHISORA can continue to keep coming forward, he's got to keep working that body and working against the ropes. Parker needs to keep jabbing and moving, because if he doesn't, CHISORA is going to land something on him. I mean, this is a really, really solid fight. Now, this is just my scorecard. I mean, you guys might have it differently. So I feel like he's just, right now, Parker's just doing the more consistent work as well. Chisora's kind of going in spurts. So let's see if Chisora can maybe get a second wind here. So right now, Chisora trying to get inside and do that body work, but Parker's still able to move. Ooh. Derek Chisora making it ugly in the corner. Both these guys right now just trying to assert themselves. Parker's just trying to use that jab, and Derek Chisora is just trying to find a way inside. This is pretty much exactly how I saw this fight kind of playing out. I did think Chisora would slow down a little bit more than this. He's showing actually better stamina in this fight than he did against Usyk, I feel like. And so Parker needs to keep moving, keep those feet light. Nice straight right from Parker. So Parker dropped in 10. Oh, sorry, that was an old chat one. Right now, Parker's just putting together better punches right now. Just doing a little bit better right now. It's those jabs. So Chisora with a little jab there. Both guys looking pretty tired right now. This is a little bit of a tough round because both guys are getting really tired and a little bit sloppy right now. A lot of clinching in these late rounds right now. So it's kicking off. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Marv, it is. Parker getting nasty in there. Big boys throwing big hands. And Chisora coming up strong. Oh, another. Oh, they're just winging punches right now. Chisora might be a little bit hurt. Ooh. I don't know how you guys had that round. I slightly have it to Parker. Just slightly. Oh boy, Del Boy is tired. He is tired. That was a rough round for both guys. I mean, Parker, I feel like, is also starting to show some signs of being tired. I mean, he's also showing a little bit of tiredness right now. Really good round, though. I just think that right now, if you're Joseph Parker, you gotta stop getting on the ropes. All right. When these guys get tired, I mean, this is where we could see a big KO possibly. When guys get tired, they're way more susceptible to being knocked out. So let's see if that happens. Chisora, man, is just relentless. Just relentless. And Parker is definitely looking a little bit more flat-footed right now. Ooh, nice shots from Parker. Then Chisora trying to throw that big overhand right. It looks like he landed a little bit. I don't think he landed flush, though. So, Joseph Parker Definitely looks a little fresher. Definitely able to have a little bit more combinations that are working out for him. Chisora, though, is just nonstop. And I mean, all this clinching is tiring for both guys. So every time Chisora gets inside now, Parker's wrapping him up. So I think Parker right now just does not want to engage on the inside, but I think that's smart of him. Chisora eating a big right hand from Parker. Both guys look exhausted. This is why I picked decision, because I thought both guys would get pretty tired. So right now it looks like the punch output from Chisora has dropped way off this round. I mean, granted, Parker's also not letting him on the inside and do his work, but I mean, his punch output is gone way down. For both of them, actually, but Chisora especially. I mean, Del Boy is looking very, very tired. It's really obvious now. I mean, these guys are just gassed. I mean, Parker's just able to throw those jabs out there, and just nothing's coming back really right now from Chisora. Not a good round for Chisora. I definitely gave that round to Parker. That's definitely a Parker round. You can see that it's just the punch output from Chisora just dropped way off. I mean, way, way off. And now he's just trying to find single shots rather than working that body like he was. He needs to do more. He needs to do more. I get that he keeps coming forward. I like that. But if you're not throwing anything and you're just eating jabs, you're not going to win the fight. I mean, right now, Parker looks... I mean, he's certainly tired. But, you know, he's certainly looking a little bit fresher. But, I mean, he's going to have to keep doing this. Chisora just looks really, really tired. So... I mean, if you're not going to win the end of the round, you better start winning the beginning of the round if you're Chisora, which he's not. It's when he's his freshest in each of the rounds, so let's see if he can do something here. So, I'm expecting Parker to continue doing what he's doing right now. Just boxing, moving, clinching. Ooh, nice big shots from Parker. Very accurate shots with that left and landing with that right now. Ooh. I'll tell you what, Chisora's eating those right hands from Parker like they're nothing. It's very impressive. And Parker's certainly finding ways to land that left too, which I like. That fast left hook he has, it's mean. And then he follows it up with the straight right. Right now, Chisora's kind of, he's not even coming forward as much. He's trying to box a little bit more, but he's not going to win that. He needs to keep the pressure on, and he's slowed down so much that Parker's able to time him even easier now. Ooh, that left hand again sneaks right in from Parker on Chisora. And now you can see that Chisora's so tired that Parker's able to push him back. So right now, Parker's just doing the better work right now. I mean, I'm just not seeing anything from CHISORA almost this round. Very little work. Very little work. Trying to work the body a little bit, but I mean, every time now, Parker's able to just hold on to him. I think where Del Boy was able to kind of get his arms free on the inside, even if Parker tried to clinch him a little bit, his arms are so tired he's not able to do that anymore. And so, ooh, another big straight right hand that Del Boy just eats. No problem. I mean, say what you will about CHISORA, but the dude's got a pretty damn good chin. He's just eating these shots from Parker and acting like they're nothing. So, another big straight right hand from Parker, but CHISORA tries to come over the top with his right hand. Another good round for Parker. It's just he did way more work, and so I have 4 rounds for CHISORA, but okay, Marv. See you later, brother. Thanks for stopping by, man. Love having you in chat. And yeah, I'll be doing Andy Ruiz versus Chris Arreola tonight as well. So if you guys want to stop by for that, we'll be live streaming in a couple hours for that. So this is an interesting fight. I wonder how these last 2 rounds are going to play out. If it's going to play out like the last round, or if they're going to end up throwing a little bit more. I'm expecting CHISORA to try to come out a little bit faster, hopefully in these last few rounds. He's got to do something. So right now, Parker's just going to have to keep sticking and moving, using that straight right where he can. And Del Boy needs to keep that pressure up. You know? It seems like CHISORA took off the last couple rounds. He needs these last rounds. I mean, the last thing that you need to do is slow down, because Parker is able to land pretty well right now. CHISORA's looking a little bit fresher this round. Looking a little bit better. Oh, Parker with a nice right hand uppercut. Uh-oh, CHISORA looks hurt. Ooh. That was a good shot. And nice jab right there that Parker threw. I think right now CHISORA's still got his feet under him. I don't know how he does after eating that huge uppercut from Parker. And right now, Parker is just doing the better boxing, but Del Boy is looking a lot better this round. So right now we just I mean I'm not seeing CHISORA throw anything at Parker right now. So you got to wonder how he's feeling about all this. Right now, actually, for the first time, Parker's on the front foot, which is interesting because normally this whole fight, it's just been CHISORA coming forward. Now it kind of goes back to CHISORA just coming forward. And, I mean, he's not throwing much right now. You got to wonder if he's a little dazed, if he's a little tired. I mean, it's the end of the 11th round, so. Ooh, some nice 1-2s from Parker. Nice uppercut. Oh, Parker doing some great work at the end of this round. So, right now, Parker is landing some very clean shots on CHISORA. and just looking the fresher fighter overall. Okay. Well, that round I think was obviously for Parker. So, final round, let's see how they come out. I'm expecting Chisora hopefully to come out swinging. Expect to see some Hail Mary right hands coming out from him. This is what we kind of, I thought they were going to go the distance with this fight. I thought they were going to go the distance, and like I said, I had decision for Parker for this. So, I mean, right now the commentators are just saying, "Oh, just score points, just score points." No, man, you need something more than that. So, granted, this is the final round, and depending on how you score these rounds, it could be closer than how I have it. But I mean, I have 4 rounds for Chisora because of the 8-10 round in the first round, but it's been pretty much a landslide in these later rounds for Parker. So, last round, let's see how these guys go. Both starting out pretty quick. Chisora lands a big overhand right. I mean, I knew he was going to be throwing it. Oh, he lands it again. Oh, boy. Parker's been, got to be careful. This right now is a huge round because depending on how you score it, it could be a lot closer. If Chisora can sneak this round away, I mean, I have then Chisora with 5 rounds in the bank. So, Parker right now, not throwing much. And Chisora clearly looking like he still has a little gas in the tank. So, I mean, we're halfway through this round and Parker hasn't landed anything. I mean, this is not what you want to do if you're Joseph Parker. Right now, Parker's giving this round away right now. Lead hand from Chisora. Now Parker trying to land a little bit, but Chisora's wrapping him up. Oh my gosh, last minute. Parker trying to land a big right hand. Not much there, though. Ooh, lands a solid left hand. And that could be... That was pretty eye-catching, but I don't think he hurt Chisora. Chisora comes back with a few body shots. If Chisora can weather this storm and land a few more shots, he's going to win this round. Here we go. Chisora just, I mean, putting it all out there right now. Last 25 seconds. Let's see what happens. Parker on the back foot, and Chisora is just doing the better work. Right now, Chisora is going to win this round, and Parker, I don't think he should put himself. I can't believe he put himself in this position. He needed more this round. Okay, this is going to be interesting, boys. This is going to be interesting. 12th round went to Chisora. So I have 5 rounds because it was an 8-10 round the first round because of the knockdown. So I have Parker. I mean, I have Parker winning, but Chisora, I mean, I don't know if I think Parker should win, but it's going to be a close scorecard. That's not a position that Parker should have put himself in. He should have definitely tried to win that last round. I mean, that's a close fight and you're in Chisora's home country. Not good. So I have Chisora with 5 rounds. I hear the commentary right now saying that they have Chisora with 6 rounds. I mean, this could be a tie. This could be a draw. I mean, I have Chisora just barely losing. But that, I mean, the knockdown in the first round, that 8-10 round, is not good for Joseph Parker, and then he gave up the 12th round. So that was a very impressive round for Chisora. Very impressive round for Chisora. So this could be an upset or a draw. I think if Parker did a little bit more at the end of that, he could have easily won. Yeah, not a good round. 12th round for Parker. Okay, let's see what happens. I mean, this is... If Parker loses to Chisora, that's going to be a huge step back for him. I mean, I got to hand it to Chisora, man. Just no quit, 8 massive shots. I mean, Chisora 8 massive shots in this fight. Wow. Boy, oh boy. Okay. If this is a draw, you know they're going to run this back. You know they're going to do a 2. Because man. Okay. Looks like they got the cards. They got the score cards. Let's see what happens. All right. Crazy. $115, $113 for Chisora. Oh boy. $116, $111 Parker. Oh boy. $115, $113. Oh, Parker pulls out the split decision. Ooh. If you're Joseph Parker right now, you're thanking your lucky stars because one of those scorecards was so not in your favor. That was close. That was such a close fight. Way too close for Joseph Parker. Way too close for Joseph Parker. If Parker didn't give up that last round, I mean, it would have been a little bit more of a obvious who won, but that was way too close if you're Joseph Parker against Chisora, who's not a bad fighter, but I mean, this is why I thought that Parker was going to win by decision. And people are saying, no, he's going to knock out Chisora. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Chisora ate those shots like they were nothing. Props to Chisora. Good on him for coming out. I mean, he's certainly almost... I mean, he definitely made Joseph Parker nervous. He almost had him in the first couple rounds, too. That pressure is unbelievable. So... I think that overall that's a fair decision. I think that's fair. I think that Parker won, but it shouldn't have been that close. It shouldn't have been that close at all. I can't believe it was that close. You know? I thought we were going to see a draw. I thought we might see a draw. So, yeah, the 116, 111 card for Chisora, that's ridiculous. I don't know what they're seeing there. I don't understand how you give 3 rounds to Chisora. So I think it was close, but I don't think there's. I mean, that's I don't get that. So good fight overall, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. We will be live streaming in a couple hours for the Chris Arreola and Andy Ruiz fight. So if you want to stop by for that, make sure to stop by and say hi. So I'm going to go have some dinner, and then I'm going to be coming back on, and we're going to be doing Andy Ruiz and Chris Arreola, the entire PBC card. So thank you guys for stopping by the channel. Love having you guys here. Love streaming with you guys, talking about the fights, talking about everything that's going on. Super fun fights. The Katie Taylor Jonas fight was excellent fight. That was a great fight. I think this one, pretty much lived up to exactly what we were expecting, right? We expected Chisora to come out fast. We expected Parker to utilize the ring a little bit better and box. But if you're Joseph Parker right now, you're feeling very lucky that you got out of that with the win, because it could have went the other way if there was a few more rounds in there that were a little bit closer. So thanks for stopping by the channel. Thanks for checking me out on Twitch if you're on Twitch. Thanks for checking me out on YouTube if you're on YouTube. And we will be back in a few hours.